Peace, family. Welcome back to Flesh of the Gods. Going through a couple things, fixing up a couple things, but we gonna get it going. Doing some new tests, running some new things. Appreciate y'all being here. For those who don't know, talking about KSOO murder trial, ATK member. It's a lot more. I got a lot of that coming up, a lot to cover coming up. But right now, I just want to kind of introduce y'all, so this is just a little introduction before we get into the deep dives. But appreciate y'all being here. Much love. Stay fresh. Stay blessed. Let's get it.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Opposing counsel? Members of the jury. Good afternoon. This is the first opportunity that I have had to speak with you directly. So I wanted to take this opportunity to reintroduce myself to you. My name is Tara Kwas, and I, along with Christopher DeCos, we have the honor and privilege of representing Hakeem Robinson. Now, the government just got up here and told you that they're going to prove to you, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, that Hakeem Robinson is the person who shot and killed Charles McCormick on January 15th of 2020. For members of the jury, they are not going to be able to do that because Hakeem Robinson is innocent. And you are going to be able to see that for yourselves, that there is no way that Hakeem Robinson is the person that shot and killed Charles McCormick. In order to try and prove their case, they're going to ask you to do something that I've never seen before. They're going to ask you to not believe your eyes. They're going to ask you to ignore what you see right in front of you. Because as the government just told you, there is a video recording of this homicide, and you're going to be able to see it, and you're going to be able to watch it. You are going to see a person, someone, covered from head, or whatever's on top of his head, to toe, completely covered, chase down Charles McCormick in broad daylight and shoot him to death. And this was done in front of a bunch of witnesses. And the most important question in this case is going to be, who is the shooter? Who is the shooter? Members of the jury, that is the shooter. That is a still shot from the video that you will be presented with this during the course of this trial. And what these prosecutors are going to ask you to do is to find that Hakeem Robinson, who's clearly well above 6 feet tall and a heavier set person, and was like that 5 years ago, is that person. And it's not just that. They are going to ask you to ignore the descriptions given by each and every person that saw the shooter live. And members of the jury, these witnesses, each and every one of them, are going to give you a description somewhere between 5'5" and 5'11". The other description they're going to give you, each of these witnesses that saw this person: slim, slender, thinner. And all those witnesses, they're going to ask you, the government, these unbiased civilian witnesses, discredit them. Don't believe them. They were wrong. The witnesses that they're going to ask you to believe are the ones who are actually involved in this murder. That's right. One by one, they are going to be walking them in here, some of them through that back door. Each one of them, hoping and praying to get some benefit from them. The people that hold all of the power to charge someone, to arrest someone, to drop charges. Then, all of these people are going to point the finger and go, the shooter is Hakeem. They are now going to present you one piece of reliable, direct evidence that definitively proves that Hakeem Robinson is a shooter. It's just going to be based on the lies of the people who actually committed this murder. This, members of the jury, is Hakeem Robinson. Stand up, Hakeem. He is a young, aspiring, talented musician who 5 years ago was wrenched from his family, his life, and his promising career. All because the government refused to look at literally what is right in front of them. And this is why I've asked Hakeem Robinson to stand up in front of you right now, members of the jury. Because you may not have taken too much notice over the past 3 days. Each and every time you walked into the courtroom and you left and we stood up, you didn't realize at that time how important it was to take a look at how tall Hakeem Robinson is and how big he is. But it is going to be the focal point of this trial. Because once you watch that video in the entirety, and then you look at what is standing right in front of you, and you're going to get pictures and stuff around the time that this took place. He hasn't changed, despite what Mr. Cooper is telling you. He is the same. There will be no doubt in your mind that he is not the person that shot and killed Charles McCormick. So how do we get here? You can have a seat, Hakeem. How do we get here where a clearly innocent person is being accused of a crime that he did not commit? And it boils down to perception versus reality. Because you're going to see that Hakeem Robinson, he wasn't arrested until 9 months after the murder. And none of them realized how big he is until he was arrested. But by that time, instead of admitting to the mistake that they made and pulling back and doing an investigation to find out who really did it, they doubled down. And they started to build their case and their witnesses around the idea and the belief that it was Hakeem Robinson that was the shooter. Now, 5 years ago, January 15, 2020, right on the brink of the world shutting down, right before the COVID-19 virus, Charles McCormick woke up in the morning, headed to Employment Express Agency on Merrill Road to follow up with getting a job. Little did he know that a man named Dominique Barno, and I'm going to say this name for the first time, I'm not sure why the state didn't mention this to you, and his friend Chris Brown had been stalking Charles McCormick that day. Dominique Barno is the one who was checking his Instagram account to see if he was in town that day. Dominique Barno is the one who pulled up his address on the court clerk's website to find out where he lived. He is the one that then tried to track him down and kill him that morning. You will hear that the reason Dominique Barno decided that he wanted to have Charles McCormick killed was all because of a song that he didn't like the lyrics to. The whole story that Mr. Cooper failed to mention to you, members of the jury, is that Mr. Barno will just tell you, I just didn't like that he was singing something he didn't know about. That's the reason why Charles McCormick is dead. And this man, members of the jury, Dominique Barno, the man who planned and orchestrated the murder of Charles McCormick, is going to be the government's star witness in this case. That is the person who they cut it. Orchestrated the murder of Charles McCormick is going to be the government's star witness.
That's crazy. It cut right there, huh? As soon as she start talking about the government
I'm talking
star
about
witness,
members of the jury, you are going to hear that.
as soon as she start talking about the government star witness, then they start blanking out. I skipped past some of the parts, but they be very strategic with they blank outs, don't they? What up, Ali? I see you. Appreciate you joining. What up, Shay? Yeah, this case is crazy, yo. It's been crazy. I've been meaning to air it for actually the past couple days. I've been recording a lot of stuff, but just ain't been able to do it. A lot of stuff been popping up, having to take care of business, but I appreciate y'all. We gonna get it done. What up, Leah? Is that Leah? Yeah. What up? Appreciate you joining. Chad, my black is golden. Appreciate y'all. We getting into it. But yeah, crazy case right here. We got a lot coming up.
He lied to police officers. You are going to hear that he lied to prosecutors. You are going to hear that he lied in depositions. You're going to hear that he lied to defense attorneys. More important, you are going to hear that he took the stand in another case and lied in a hearing in front of a judge. And he's going to tell you the reason he did that, because he wanted the defendant to go free so he could kill him himself. That is their star witness, who they're going to ask you to believe. This man was caught red-handed within 24 hours of the murder of Charles McCormick. And months go by of him denying his involvement. And when he realized that who they thought the shooter was, Hakeem Robinson, he pounced on it. He was like, this is how I'm going to get out of here. He decided he was going to lie to the government to get what he wanted, which is the hope of freedom. All he had to do and all he had to say was that Hakeem Robinson is the person behind that mask. And in exchange, I know Mr. Cooper was saying, oh, he's facing life, and that the judge hasn't sentenced him yet. But members of the jury, he's going to tell you the reasons he's doing this, because before this, he was facing mandatory life in prison. He would have died in prison. And in exchange for pointing the finger at Hakeem Robinson, he is hoping to get out in 20 years. Mind you, he's already served 5 of it. So in 15 years, he is hoping to go free.
Well, isn't this...
And Dominic Barnum, not going to be the only one. Another witness that they are going to put on this witness stand and ask you to believe, a man by the name of Abdul Robinson Sr., a.k.a. Blue. Now, Mr. Cooper got up here and told you that this man is Hakeem's father, his biological father, but the whole truth is, members of the jury, he's just Hakeem's DNA contributor. The truth is, he has 9 other children by 5 different women that we know about. He has probably fathered a significant percentage of the men or women in Duval County.
Shots fired.
He was never involved in Hakeem's early life, and only came around when Hakeem started to become a little recognized, a little famous with his music, and he started to make some real money. He actually tried to become Hakeem's manager. As you will learn in this trial, in 2020, Hakeem was a local celebrity. He was a rap musician. And you're going to see that it was Blue is going to do what he's doing in this case. He uses people, and he was trying to use Hakeem. He is using the prosecutors in this case to get out of the 2 murder cases that we know that he have committed. He, just like Dominic Barna, was caught red-handed in this case. He is the person that Dominic Barna called for help to pick him and Leroy Whitaker up after they had broken into Barbara Buckley's home. But what you're also going to hear, members of the jury, and what is most important, this is not the first time that Dominic Barna and Blue have done this. That's right. Dominic Barna and Blue are co-defendants in a completely separate homicide case. They're co-defendants in that case, and they're co-defendants in this case. And you're going to learn that Blue, this ain't his first time cooperating with law enforcement. He's done that before, so he has experience. He knows that when he is in trouble and he is caught, if I say what the government wants to hear, I get out. He's done it before, and he's going to do it again in this courtroom. And what's more troubling with Blue, members of the jury, in exchange for his testimony in this case, he is hoping to get 76 months. 76 months. He's already served 60. So in less than 2 years, he is hoping to be back on the streets of Duval County. Now, Mr. Cooper just got it.
Yeah, that's right. His own dad trying to tell on him to get his time cut. Crazy business right here. Not even tell on him, but lie on him, it seemed like, because obviously he wasn't there.
Aaron said the testimony against Hakeem being involved in this murder is going to be corroborated by reliable evidence. It is not. None of the credible, reliable evidence that he's going to bring in here says that Hakeem Robinson is the guy in that picture. Another one of the witnesses that they're going to bring in front of you, another one that was in that little diagram that they showed, Torrigan Williams. And this is even worse, members of the jury, because their own lead detective is going to tell you they've known for 5 years that Torrigan Williams was involved in this homicide. Dominic Barnum, years ago, told them Torrigan Williams was involved, but he gets a full pass. He's not walking through that door. He's walking through that door. Never been arrested, full-blown immunity for his testimony in this case. And you wonder, wait, why would that happen 5 years later? Well, that's because Torrigan Williams last year got arrested for trafficking in meth. That's the first time he decided to come forward and go, hey, wait a second, I'm in trouble. Prosecutors, I think I know, I have information that you might want. And by this time, members of the jury, 4 years have passed, and this case was plastered all over the internet for anyone to look up and see what they needed to find out about what they needed to say. After he decided to give a statement against Hakeem Robinson, what did? They dropped his state case. Dismissed, no action. Then the federal government decided to pick up his case. And Mr. Williams, as they call him to testify, is going to tell you, well, I'm hoping that the feds are going to be a little lenient on me because I am helping in this homicide case. Not one of their witnesses, members of the jury, that take the stand, that try to point the finger at Hakeem Robinson, not one of them are unbiased. Each one of them that are going to walk in here have some angle. They either are trying to help themselves, to get themselves out of their trouble with the government, or something for a loved one. Each one of them that points the finger in some way, shape, or form to Hakeem Robinson is hoping to get something, and not something small. Freedom. But members of the jury, what Mr. DeCoste and I are going to ask you to do is to listen to the reliable, credible witnesses in this case. Because what you will see that all the reliable witnesses say was that actually the shooter, they actually saw them with his own eyes, as I told you before. Slim, slender, 5'8" to 5'11". Some of them say 5'5" to 5'8". Notice that not once, when Mr. Cooper was giving his opening statement, did he give you a description. I'm having to tell you that. And I'm talking about not just civilians, I'm talking about trained police officers. We'll talk about Officer Collins, the one who took chase. You notice when Mr. Cooper was talking to you? Oh, well, he was far away. He was jumping the fence and didn't get a good look. He's getting you guys ready to make excuses for why the description does not match Hakeem Robinson, and not even close. Officer Collins is a trained police officer, been doing this for 20 years, knows how to give information like that so that other people, other officers who are listening, he knows to give reliable information. He may come up in here now, 5 years later, and try to backpedal, members of the jury. Not sure, I don't remember. But you remember what he said at the time. That's the most reliable. Before everyone realized that the descriptions, wait, they don't match. And it's not just him. It's not just Officer Collins. You're going to hear from Officer Graham, another one who saw the shooter in this case. You know what his description was? 21-year veteran with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, 5'8" to 5'10". Now, those are just the officers. Next, we're going to talk about the civilian witnesses. You're going to hear from Victor Kruger. Mr. Cooper mentioned him. He's the guy with the dash cam in his vehicle, the person that was probably the closest to the shooting, who, and he's right, by happenstance, just happened to have this video recording on his dash cam when this happened.
What up, Cat Knott Williams in the building. Hey, that's a fact. Cat says the height and weight difference is crazy. It don't even look like his figure. You could tell it's not. And they sitting there arguing it, and then the cop that was chasing them gonna sit here and get on the stand and be like, oh no, I was wrong back then. All that time I was wrong, but now I see I was wrong now. Like, what? What up, Cat? Appreciate you joining. Champ, my black is golden in the building. Appreciate y'all. Much love.
But what did you not hear in the state's opening statement? Mr. Kruger gave a description. You want to know what that description was? 5'10" to 5'11", and he was thin. Clearly not Hakeem Robinson. Not the only one. Javaris Roberts, who worked in the Hibet Sports in that strip mall, described the shooter as 5'8" to 5'9", on the skinnier side. Then we've got Aber Ahmad, a woman who was in her garage having coffee in the morning, sees someone matching the shooter's description, jump a fence and walk right in front of her. She describes him as shorter than 6 feet. But the most important one, Renata Boston. If you recall when Mr. Cooper was talking, he mentioned that the shooter ran through some woods and came out on the other side, and that magically Natalie Gant was there to pick up the shooter because she knew where he was. He didn't mention what Renata Boston described the shooter to look at, because she saw him come out of the woods. Slim build, 5'8" to 5'9", between 160 to 170 pounds. That is not even close to Hakeem Robinson. Multiple independent civilian witnesses, multiple police officers, all describing someone that could not possibly be Hakeem Robinson. And all their testimony, all of them, the ones whose testimony isn't bought with a promise of freedom, they're all consistent. It's clearly not him. The only eyewitnesses that will say that the shooter is Hakeem are the ones who have cut deals with the government. And they're not going to just present these eyewitnesses to you. As Mr. Cooper said, they're going to present all this other stuff. But take a close look at the details of what they present to you. Because not one piece of that evidence is going to be direct evidence that Hakeem Robinson is the shooter. Let's start with the cell phone evidence, because it's going to be a lot. All the records that they're going to produce to you, all the cell phone records that definitively show 100% Dominique Barna using his phone, Leroy Whitaker using his phone, Abdul Robinson Jr. using his phone, Abdul Robinson Sr. using his phone. All of them are communicating with each other. You know whose phone isn't being used? Or they don't have a record of being used at all? Hakeem Robinson. Mr. Cooper just got up here and told you that he's going to try to put a phone in the possession of Hakeem Robinson, a phone number that begins with 478. You know whose phone that's registered to? Abdul Robinson Sr., a.k.a. Blues, former dead best friend. That phone is registered to his father, not to him. And you're going to see that that phone the day before was pinging in the same place that his father was. They're going to try to make you think and connect that phone to Hakeem Robinson, and they will be unable to do so. Next up, fingerprints and DNA. They're going to try to present you with DNA and fingerprint evidence trying to put Hakeem in that car on that day. But members of the jury, their own expert will tell you, their experts are going to tell you, we have no idea when that DNA was left there, or how. We have no idea how that fingerprint, when or where it got there. All that proves to you, members of the jury, is Hakeem Robinson knows Leroy Whitaker. They're cousins. They hang out together. That's a fact that we're not disputing. And what did Mr. Cooper fail to tell you? That DNA was found on a t-shirt that was in the car. It's not just Hakeem Robinson's DNA. The expert is going to tell you that it's mixed up with 3 other people that I don't know who it is that's on that shirt. Then they're going to tell you that, well, I'm going to tell you that the evidence will show that a man's DNA was found in that car. That's going to say, I don't know how my DNA got in there, but it's there. Someone that is completely disassociated with this case. All that's going to prove, members of the jury, is that Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, Torgon Williams, they're all friends and that they know each other. He told you that car was had been reported stolen for 2 months. They had been all in and out of that car. That DNA and that fingerprint does not place him in the car on the day of the murder. You're going to hear about all of the DNA that they have been unable to identify or match with someone else. But members of the jury, what I do want you to know is, even though Hakeem hung out with all these guys and he grew up with them and stuff, Hakeem was different because he was making it. Charles McCormick, they said he put out that song. He didn't put out a song. I mean, no one knew about that song. I mean, he tried to release it. He wasn't on the level of Hakeem Robinson, a.k.a., you're going to hear this name a lot throughout the course of the trial, KSOO. And what you're going to hear, members of the jury, which is going to be very important. 4 days before the murder of Charles McCormick, Hakeem Robinson was signed to a record label that gave him a $40,000 advance. 4 days before. He was making it. He was leaving. He was doing his music. All of these people, though, they wanted to be around him. They wanted to share in his fame. But Hakeem cannot be put in this just...
What up, Starfish and Coffee says, hey, I've been watching from the start, but still confused about who all the players and lawyers are. Yeah, it's 2 separate trials kind of going on. I mean, it is confusing. It's 2 trials going on at once, but they kind of separate. So they have their own lawyers and they do their own cross examinations, and they have their own jury side, their own jury pools. But this is the lawyer for Hakeem Robinson, the main person, KSOO. Appreciate y'all joining, family.
Because he hung around with the wrong people and was friends with them. He is not responsible for what they did in their free time. And even the government, well, I thought the government would agree that you cannot convict someone by association. And that is true, members of the jury. Guilty by association has no place in this courtroom. Mr. Cooper also mentioned something about a social media post. But members of the jury, when you view these pieces of evidence, please take them into context. He said it happened right after he made this post, 7 days after he made this post, okay? And it's all assumption and speculation with the phrase that he used. He is trying to say that that is somehow a confession. That post didn't say, hey, I killed Charles McCormick. He's going to ask you to imply that when he mentioned that had something to do with the murder that happened before that he had nothing to do with. But members of the jury, what we are going to ask, and this is what I'm just going to ask, we are at the beginning of this case. You haven't heard any of the evidence or seen any of the evidence yet. All I ask of you, each of you, is to please just pay close attention and really listen.
No, I don't think this is Tara. I think her name is Catherine Magbanua. Catherine Magbanua, I believe how you say her name.
Because when you strip away all the evidence that isn't either bought with money or the promise of freedom, the truth is going to be staring you right in your face. Focus on the credible, reliable, unbiased testimony from the witnesses, coupled with what you can see right in front of them. More importantly, your common sense. Because that is what you will need to see the truth in this case, because it is not him, members of the jury. Mr. Cooper talked about the fact that this case is going to be a puzzle and that you'll be able to see a picture at the end. But I'm going to tell you this, members of the jury. If one piece of that puzzle doesn't fit, it is not guilty. Do not shave the pieces of those puzzles to try to force it to fit. Because when you look, you are going to see the description does not match Hakeem Robinson, not even close. Now, members of the jury, there is a reason why the framers of the Constitution, this country's Constitution, ensured that the government would not have too much control over the freedom of the citizens they are meant to protect. And that was by giving the final word, not to the court, not to the state, but to you. People are innately flawed in that they sometimes can't see the truth when it's staring them right in front of their face, or they can't admit it when they've made a mistake. You are 12 members of this community, 15 members of this community, who have promised to look at this case through fresh eyes. That is all we beg of you, to objectively look at the evidence that is presented to you in this case. Because when you listen to all the credible, reliable evidence in this case, it's only going to prove to you one thing. Hakeem Robinson is innocent. Find him not guilty. Thank you.
They're here today because of a murderous plot.
I don't know, you might be right. I'm trying to look it up. I'm seeing Catherine, but I don't know. Let me keep looking. You might be right. Here go the prosecution right here. They open the statement. I ain't gonna play all of it because the sound is horrible, but I'll play some of it.
That unfolded on January 15th, 2020. A wicked, premeditated murder, a vile scheme that was birthed by a specific group of co-defendants. Individuals who collectively, consciously, and callously worked together to ensure January 15th, 2020 was the day 23-year-old Charles McCormick died. The murder of Charles McCormick was personal. It was thought out. And it was brazenly executed in broad daylight of co-defendants think they could exert such violence with impunity? The answer to that question comes down specifically to who was involved. Because this was not just any group of co-defendants. This was not a group of strangers. This was a group of individuals who knew one another, were close to one another, that were family. Every single one of them that participated in this crime were members of ATK, a local rap group. All but one of them were related by blood. This was a crime committed by family. The names of the guilty: Hakeem Robinson, sitting right here, whose nickname is Keemy to his family, KSOO, his rap name. Leroy Whitaker, a co-defendant sitting before him, a cousin, whose nickname is Scotty. Dominique Barner, whose nickname is Butta, their friend, their co-defendant. The only one not related to
Butta Grimy. We gonna cover Butta a little bit later. Maybe his whole testimony tonight, but later tonight. But yeah, Butta is the one who got all this stuff started. It looks like
the others by blood, but he might as well have been, because for years they have known Barner. For years they have accepted him.
Okay,
For
I'm
years
wrong.
he
Yep, that's attorney Tara Kawas. I'm completely wrong. My bad. I don't know where I was getting Catherine from. Appreciate that, Cat.
is one of them. Abdul Robinson Jr., nicknamed Kareem K. Crazy, Hakeem Robinson's biological brother. Hakeem Robinson's mother and Leroy Whitaker's father are siblings. Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's biological brother, Leroy Whitaker's cousin, and Torrigon Williams, another cousin, also played a role in this crime. After the murder of Charles McCormick was completed by Dominique Barner, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker, and they had to flee what they three had just accomplished, their premeditated murder of Charles McCormick, Abdul Robinson Sr., nicknamed Blue, also got involved. That is Hakeem Robinson's father, and he had to come to the rescue of Hakeem Robinson's cousin, Leroy Whitaker, and their friend and their co-defendant, Dominique Barner. Because Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker, after fleeing with Hakeem Robinson from the murder, trying to escape the police, crashing their car, Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker went one way, Hakeem Robinson went another. And Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker found themselves trapped in a house that Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker broke into to escape the police that were looking for all three of them, trying to avoid getting caught, avoiding accountability for the murder they just committed in broad daylight. And because Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker were trapped, Abdul Robinson Sr. had to come pick them up. He picked them up and drove Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker away from that home, away from the police, and it was during that ride that he found out exactly what happened. But he continued to help them and drove them away. And for his actions, he's been charged with accessory after the fact. Throughout history, one common truth has been shared by every person who has drawn breath in this world. There is a day you are born, between those two moments, the life that unfolds, uniquely shaped by one's choices and one's actions. Some of those choices are more profound than others, some actions more impactful. But when a group of individuals done, those are his words to a video he took of himself as he sat in a chair in a nail salon getting a pedicure. Just a couple days after running Charles McCormick down on foot and executing him. You're going to see that video. You're going to read his words. You're going to see his tired feet. And when you look at that video, when you see him, when you see his words telling you what he did, believe it. And let that image, his answer to both of you.
I remember, yeah, I skipped past that part, but he did gladly and freely say, I'ma kill a nigga and get my toes done. That's what the attorney, the prosecutor said, but I ain't playing that, so yeah, let's keep it rolling.
You, all of you, about what he did, sear your collective memories. On January 15th of 2020, these two co-defendants, they shared a motive, they shared a goal, and for their deeds, they will forever share guilt. What was their undoing? What has brought them here before all of you today? Simply, the combination of arrogance.
Wait, so y'all haven't seen it? Y'all haven't seen, all right. I didn't know y'all didn't see it. I thought y'all seen all this. Let me go back a minute or two and then I'll fast forward this part. That's clearly what he said.
Have terrifying answers. Answers that they are desperate to keep hidden from each and every one of you. The truth can be a funny thing. Sometimes, the more out of desperation you try to suppress it, the more the guilty fight and rail against each and every aspect of it, the more obvious it becomes. For example, and I want you to hear these despicable words, let them sink in, because these are the words of Akeem Robinson. Kill a nigga, then go get my toes done. Kill a nigga, then go get my toes done. Those are his words.
Then he gonna say it twice. Look, he felt very clear, said that very clearly and freely, huh? We're gonna skip past some of this, cause yeah. I wasn't gonna play it, but since y'all haven't seen it, I'll play it once.
You will also see on that video of the murder exactly what the shooter was wearing. And I want you to pay particular attention to it, because this is a video, not a still photograph. You'll get to see the whole thing. And you will see that the shooter was wearing a two-tone hoodie, gray chest, dark black arms, black hoodie pulled up over his head. You will see that the shooter was wearing a two-tone hoodie, gray chest, dark black arms, black hoodie pulled up over his head. And I want you to take note of that, because you will see that same hoodie in photographs and videos wrapped around Akeem Robinson's guilty body.
What up, FFS?
You will see the distinct firearm that he carried when he committed that murder, when he pulled the trigger. And you will see that same firearm in another video in Akeem Robinson's hands. Not for entertainment. He used it for murder on January 15, 2020. You also will be presented with call records showing communication amongst these co-defendants and cell site location information, placing Leroy Whitaker, placing Akeem Robinson.
Factual lie, what up,
They should
though?
not have been. placing them where the guilty. You will see social media posts, in addition to the nail salon video that we've already talked about, another video posted to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account just a couple days after the murder. A video of Charles McCormick rapping a song. But when you get to Charles McCormick in the video and you see his face, what's added? Hand emojis with the text, bye-bye. And then that's followed up by the nail salon video that we've discussed, where he needed to get his toes done. What I want you to remember, because there is going to be so much evidence in this case against both defendants, and so many different types of evidence, that it's much like a puzzle. While they're powerful on their own, independently, when you put them together, and they come together so easily, so intuitively, when you put these pieces together, you will be presented with the truth of January 15, 2020. And that will be a picture showing each and every one of you who committed this crime. And what will be staring back at you will be the crystal clear pictures of Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker, just as clear as if you were to turn your gaze over there at this very moment. One of the key pieces of evidence that exists, as I have said, is the video recording of this murder. That video recording exists because Victor Krueger, a citizen, has nothing to do with this, just happened to have a dash cam in his truck, and just happened to be parked at the right place at the right time. That video is completely independent, wholly unbiased, and incapable of lying. It just captured what happened in high definition for each and every one of you to see. And so, when you watch that video, I want you to trust your eyes. Because again, it's not a single photo, it is a video that shows in detail as Hakeem Robinson, who is the shooter in this case, tracked Charles McCormick down on foot and executed him. Now, that video, essentially it's going to be a time machine, transporting each and every one of you individually and collectively back 5 years. That's how long ago this was. 5 years. Placing you in the position Victor Krueger found himself when he witnessed Charles McCormick's final terror-filled seconds on this earth. But you will get to watch that video from the safety of this courtroom. And I want to be very clear. This is a crime that happened 5 years ago, so when you watch that video, you're going to see the shooter like 5 years ago. Not today. It doesn't matter. It was 5 years ago. Scam. This video is going to be very, very powerful, and I want you to pay attention to it, but I do want to be clear about one thing.
You're watching 8 News Now at 11?
Based on the location of the camera, it does not capture the shooter's face. Just didn't. But it's okay, it didn't have to. It captured more than enough detail that video, along with all of the other evidence in this case, will make it crystal clear that that individual was Hakeem Robinson. I don't expect that there will be any debate that what happened to Charles McCormick on that video is anything other than first-degree murder. I don't believe that will be a debate. The only question in this case for you to decide who's responsible. That is it. Bringing us back to those two very simple questions. Where were they and what did they do? Target a year later. Physical limitations that Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker did not share. Also in the vehicle, Torgon Williams, their cousin, and a couple of others. And while it is true that neither Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, or Dominique Barner were in the car when those shots rang out on January 15, 2019, it doesn't matter. Because it was still their family in that car. It was their family whose blood was spilled.
Man, these prosecutors just be twisting stuff up and making it look crazy. Like it's coming up later. I ain't even gonna go too deep. I just want to say, what up, Late Night Bacon with Mookie? What up, FFS? What up, Factual Lie? I see y'all. Appreciate y'all joining.
Physical injuries sometimes can heal. Physical pain can diminish. But memories, a vendetta, that lasts someone's lifetime. Now, I want to be very, very clear. Charles McCormick was not involved in the shooting of Willie Addison or anyone else in that vehicle. He wasn't involved. Charles McCormick's sin, what made him a target, was that he was affiliated with people who are part of another local rap group, 6 Block. And 6 Block and ATK are rivals. They don't like each other. They hate each other. And one of the traditions of both groups is producing rap music, drill rap, diss songs that make fun of or talk disrespectfully about members of their ops, the other group, who have been shot and killed. And so following that tradition, Charles McCormick in 2019 put out a song, and that song referenced the shooting of Willie Addison. And as you can imagine, that is not something that either Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, or their family were happy about. So Charles McCormick became a target, an easy target. He's the ops. This was about sending a message. Because not only was it personal, but it's about respect. And we aren't going to let our ops sing songs like that, not about our family.
Joel Cooper with the State Attorney's Office.
That is why Charles McCormick was targeted.
From you, if you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Robinson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can put your hand down. You understand that the oath you just took is just like taking an oath in court, and that if you lie in a material way, that is a felony. It's called perjury, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is his dad right here. I got the interrogation, or the interview as they call them, the interview. Nah. But yeah, this is his dad. I'm gonna just play a little bit of it right now. I'm gonna play more of it later though.
Today, Mr. Robinson, are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medications that would affect your ability to tell the truth?
No, sir.
Any physical or emotional conditions that would affect your ability to tell the truth?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anybody forced you or threatened you in any way to give a statement here today?
No, sir.
F8. Hakeem Robinson is also your son.
Yes, sir.
And a co-defendant in your case. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And does he have a nickname?
Oh.
What do you call Hakeem Robinson?
Oh, Cayman.
Do all other people also call him KSOO?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker is another co-defendant.
Yes, sir.
What is his nickname?
Skyler.
Okay. And finally, we have Dominique Barner, who is another co-defendant. What is his nickname?
Butter.
How long have you known Dominique Barner? Killed on January 15th of 2020 at a shopping center on Merrill Road.
Yes, sir.
Did they
Yeah, that's Pops right there trying to get his early release. He said, I'll tell on him. I ain't worried about it.
Doug, that they are to have no contact with you whatsoever until this case is completed. So please do not engage them in any conversation whatsoever. All right? So with that, I will call upon the state to call its next witness.
The state would call Detective Dunn.
Detective Dunn, please. And Mr. Atkinson, and for all the lawyers, a request has been made by the jurors for you all to speak closely, clearly, and loudly into the microphones.
The jurors, huh? The jurors who was leaked? I wonder who leaked that.
All right, Detective, if you'll come forward and be sworn. Yes, if you'll have a seat in that chair, please speak closely, clearly, and loudly into that microphone.
Good
You
afternoon.
may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Noelle Dunn, and I'm a retired crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long were you a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene detective for a little over 19 years, and I was with JSO for almost 26 years.
At the time that you retired,
I mean, this is just my personal opinion, and that's only half the jury, but I didn't see no juries and none of his type peers in there. Nobody that he went to school with or none of that.
and back in 2020, were you what is called major case certified?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Basically, it means that I've undergone additional training where I'm able to handle homicides and also other advanced types of crime scenes, such as officer-involved crime scenes, successfully. And it also means that I've gone through additional training. For example, I've had multiple classes in advanced crime scene investigation techniques, including a certificate of proficiency from the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which involved over 180 hours of crime scene processing techniques.
Ma'am, I want to draw your attention to January the 15th of 2020. On that day, were you dispatched to 7001 Merrill Road?
Yes, I was.
Is that in Duval County?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived on scene, your role in this case, you've said, is as a crime scene detective.
Yes, that's correct.
And when you arrived, was the scene secured?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain to the jury what that means and why that's important?
Bullet defects into the concrete, and the yellow markers are labeling the bullet defects in the concrete.
69.
So that's basically Evans Placard A, and it's illustrating one of the defects that we located.
70.
That's Evans Placard B, and it's illustrating another defect that we located.
71.
That's another overview of that same area where the victim's body was, and it's showing a third Evans Placard C.
And 72.
That's a close-up of Evans Placard C, which was a bullet defect into the concrete.
And the physical
Aubrey, y'all, what up, though? Appreciate you joining.
evidence that you collect as you are processing the scene, do you collect those items and place them into the property room?
Yes, I do.
Do you yourself do any forensic testing on those items?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been introduced, or what's identifying the state's 8T for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what this item is?
So the part on the left are 10 unknown caliber casings, which are the evidence items that I placed in the property room. And then the one on the right is another unknown caliber casing.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence which will mark the state's 8T as state's 202.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then 8T will be.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
To January the 15th of 2020. On that day, were you dispatched to 1033 Townsend Boulevard?
I was.
And while there, did you learn that you were asked to process both a vehicle that was nearby as well as a home located at that address?
Yes,
Were you working with another detective on that day?
I was. I was working with Detective James.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to publish what's been already admitted into evidence, a series of photographs.
All right, you may go ahead.
Ma'am, the jury's already heard kind of from Detective Dunn about what your procedure is when you arrive on scene, but is it any different when you're processing a scene that is outside versus a scene like a home?
No, when we get to the scene, we always speak with the detective on scene.
Get an understanding of what happened,
Yes,
and then take overall photographs as well as photographs of particular items.
correct.
So we'll start with the home. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 108. Can you explain to the jury what's in this photograph?
So this is overall photograph of the exterior of the house and also to show the house number.
State's 109.
A continued overall photograph of the house.
State's 110.
This is just an overall photograph of the front door.
State's 111.
And this would be an overall photograph of the right side of the residence.
State's 112.
Again, another angle of the residence.
113.
And this is the overall photograph of the left side of the residence.
114.
Photograph of the back porch.
115.
This is the sliding glass door.
State's 116.
This is the room that when you enter the sliding glass door that you come into.
State's 117.
Once you enter the sliding glass door, this is where we're showing that you continue to walk through the house.
118.
An overall photograph of another room in the house, the dining room area,
119.
of the kitchen.
120.
And this would be a photograph of the front door.
121.
Again, a picture of the front door.
122.
This is an overall photograph of a picture just showing the hallway.
123.
This would be the living room area before you enter into the hallway.
And if you're standing at 123 and you look out these windows, where does that lead you to?
That should be the front yard.
124.
This is the hallway.
125.
This would be a picture of the spare bedroom that's on to the right of the hallway.
126.
That would be the spare inside the spare bedroom.
127.
Again, a picture of the hallway,
128.
showing me walking down the hallway.
129.
The closet in one of the bedrooms.
130.
This is the hallway picture showing should be a bathroom door to the left and another spare bedroom.
131.
And this was the bathroom in the hallway.
132.
Spare bedroom in the hallway.
In addition to photographing the house, were you also asked to take photographs of the resident of the house, Ms. Barbara Buckley,
Yes.
showing you dates 133? Who is this?
This would be our victim, the homeowner.
Dates
So that's Barbara Buckley, the lady who after they ran from the shooting and got chased from the cops. They hopped the fence and ran into the back of somebody's house and held her at gunpoint, choked her out, and threatened to kill her, changed clothes. And all of this was Dominique, the state's witness. What you call it wasn't there. KSOO was not part of that. I mean, not part of the house invasion. They say he was part of the chase, but it was him and another guy inside the home invasion that choked her out and did all that. That was Barbara Buckley.
134, what do we see here?
I was advised by detectives on scene that she had injuries. So this is a photograph and an injury to her neck.
135.
This is just a closer photograph of her injury with a scale, just kind of give it perspective.
136,
An injury to her wrist, her left wrist.
and 137.
Again, the same thing, just a scale just to give a perspective of the size of the injury.
Ultimately, are you going to take a swab of her neck and her wrist?
Yes.
States 138,
This is a photograph of her hands.
states 139,
This is showing that she has possible blood on her hand, her thumb.
and 140. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
141, her hands again.
Again.
142,
Just another injury to her right arm.
143,
Again, just with scale to show the perspective of the injury.
143. This should be 144.
This is an overall photograph of her pants, the back side of it.
States what should be 145.
That's to show that there's possibly what we think is blood on her pants.
Okay. And when you suspect that there's possibly blood on an item like pants, is there something that you can do to test for that?
Yeah, so we take a sterile swab, we hydrate it with distilled water, and we swab the area in question, and then we conduct a humidant test that once you stick it in that test kit, it will turn blue if it's a positive reaction.
What should be 146
Again, just showing the area that we're focused on.
and 147? Is that the humidant test?
Yeah, so that would be the reaction that we got.
Ultimately, we talked about the fact that you did a swab of her neck and her wrist. That can happen on the time.
Round this bitch, I'm Godzilla. Round this bitch, I'm Godzilla. What up? How you say that? Beta? Beta Paris? What up, though?
I'm showing you this mark that states Exhibit 9L for identification purposes. Can you tell me if you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
This would be the touch DNA swab that we took of her neck and her left wrist.
Your Honor, this time the state would move into evidence which is marked as 9L as 220.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, 9L shall be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 220.
Bruh.
Showing you it's been marked as 9K for identification purposes. Recognize that item?
Yes. These are two buccal swabs that we collected from Mrs. Buckley.
Can you explain to the jury what a buccal swab is and how you take it?
So a buccal swab is basically we take sterile swabs and we swipe the inside of the mouth, and it's basically a comparison swab of the DNA that we collect.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence which is marked as 9K as states 219.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, 9K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 219.
Detective, ultimately, did you collect the shirt and pants from Ms. Buckley?
I did.
I am showing you first what has been marked as Exhibit 10K. Recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is this item?
This was the shirt that was given to me on scene by Detective Richardson.
The shirt received the photographs.
Yes.
And state would move this into evidence as states 244.
Okay, and any objection from Mr. Whitaker? Any objection from Mr. Robinson? All right. State's Exhibit, what exhibit is this?
244 now. It was identified as 10K.
10K, okay. 10K.
Showing you states Exhibit 73. What is states Exhibit?
That's a fact, though. Butter for what? Butter wildin'. Yo, and then he admit, no spoilers, but he do admit, I guess this is a spoiler, that he the one set up all the stuff. He the one that hunted them down. He the one that was stalking them. He the one wanted to kill them. But then when it come down to the killing, it was KSOO. What?
Exhibit 73. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
What do we see in this photograph?
So this is the numeric of the residence the vehicle was located.
State 74.
Just an overall photograph of the area where the vehicle is located.
State 75.
Again, an overall photograph.
State 76.
This would be an overall photograph of the vehicle as we found it.
State 77.
Overall photograph of the vehicle and the damage.
State 78.
Overall photograph of the vehicle and the license plate.
State 79.
Another overall photograph of the vehicle.
States 80.
And an overall photograph of the vehicle and the damage.
States 81. What do we see in this photograph?
This is a picture showing that the gear shift is still in drive.
When you arrived on scene, was the vehicle still turned on?
Yes,
Who turned the vehicle off?
I did.
States 82. What do we see here?
So this is a photograph of the exterior looking inside the vehicle of what's in the driver's seat.
You said that at this point you're taking photographs from the exterior of the vehicle.
Correct.
You're still on scene at this point.
Yes.
Ultimately, are you going to have the vehicle towed to the JSO warehouse?
Yes, we are.
And what's
That would be
point
the
of doing
right front.
To have a
the
more secure
right left,
location
excuse me, the
and
right
then
left
also
side.
get the search warrant.
Front.
When you move a vehicle from one scene to the warehouse, is there something you do to secure the vehicle to make sure that it's not tampered with?
Yeah, so we seal the vehicle, all points of entry, with evidence tape with our names, the date, and the report number.
All right, so states 83.
So this is also an exterior picture looking in showing a rifle in the back seat.
And state,
Man, them boy riding around with them sticks. That's crazy.
states 84. We've now moved to the warehouse.
Yes, so this is our warehouse, just showing an overall picture, trying to document that the seals are still placed.
Okay. And I'm circling kind of in the middle of the screen, a blue sticker on the hood of the car. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
Were any of the seals tampered with?
No.
States 85.
Again, to show the seals were still in place.
States 86.
This would be an overall photograph of us, of the interior of the vehicle.
States 87.
Overall photograph of what we found in the driver's seat.
States 88. What is that?
It was a white T-shirt,
States 89.
and this is to show the make and size of the T-shirt.
This is the one that's in the front seat.
I'm not sure which one this is.
States 90.
This would just to show overall photograph of the glove box area in the center console.
And ultimately, you're taking your photographs and
They stuck on that shirt, but like she said in her opening, what's her name? Tara? What's her name? Tara Kawas. Like she said, the DNA being on a shirt, and also the DNA is only two little hairs. It's two little hairs that they found. I ain't talking about no blood or nothing like that. But and then there's no telling when that was placed in the car, how it got there. You don't know if they went to a game, basketball game or whatever, a week ago, day ago. Plus they know each other, so it's possible to be there. So none of this DNA evidence is really proving nothing.
series.
Yes.
States 91.
This is an overall photograph of the left rear passenger area.
States 92.
Or,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, right rear.
States 92.
Again, overall photograph.
States 93.
Overall photograph of the area.
States 94.
And this would be the overall photograph of the other T-shirt.
States 95.
An overall photograph of then the left side of the vehicle.
And real quick, later on, she gonna say, not her, but one of the other, not her, Butter, gonna say that KSOO jumped from the back seat through this middle console and jumped into the front seat. Do he look like he could fit in this little space right here? That's crazy. No way he could fit through there.
States 96.
This is an overall photograph of the trunk of the vehicle.
States 97.
This is an overall photograph of the Glock that we collected in the driver's seat.
States 98.
This is to document the identification of the gun that we located.
States 99.
This is to show that there was an actual live round that was in the chamber of the gun.
States 100.
This is the live round next to the magazine of the gun,
States 101.
and that would be the live rounds located in the magazine of the gun.
States 102.
Overall photograph of the rifle that we found.
States 103.
This is to document that the rifle was actually in fire mode and not safe.
States 104.
This would be the live round that was located in the chamber of the rifle.
States 105.
This is to show the stamp head of the live round.
States 106.
Again, this is identifying the type of rifle it is.
And States 107.
And these are the live rounds that were located in the magazine of the rifle.
In addition to photographing and collecting evidence from inside the vehicle, do you also take swabs of the compartments of the vehicle?
Correct.
Can you explain how that's done?
So it's the same process. We take a sterile swab and we hydrate it with distilled water, and we break down the vehicle in 4 compartments. And those 4 compartments would be the driver's side, the left rear side, the front passenger side, and the right rear passenger side.
And how do you divide up the passenger side from the driver's side?
So we tend to swab, for example, the driver's side, we swab areas that are common for a driver to touch, such as steering wheel, gear shift, door handle, those type of
That
areas.
would be the
That
right
also
front,
include
the right left, excuse me, the right left
center
side.
console of the vehicle.
Yeah, so we would split those in half and do one side here and then one side on the other side.
Understood. If I can have a moment.
Amy here. The first name is spelled E-M-I-L-E-E, and the last name A-M-I-H-E-R-E.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you to just pull that microphone a little bit closer to you to make sure everyone hears you. You got to project with 2 juries here. Thank you. What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been with the department in total a little over 12 years now.
And how long have you been in the firearms unit?
I've been in firearms for approximately 10 years or so, and the last 8.5 or so as a qualified analyst.
So give the juries an idea of how you came to get this job, your training and experience, and then what you do at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
So I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, as well as a master's degree in crime scene investigation forensic science from the George Washington University as my educational background. And then at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I completed their in-house training program, which is approximately 16 to 17 months for crime laboratory analysts in the firearms section.
Do you receive training once you're hired by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that helps you perform the duties that you're here to testify about?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit for the jury. That comparison, when you're looking at fired components, are you also generally an expert in firearms generally?
Yes, I've been qualified as an expert, yes.
And approximately how many times have you come into courts like this and provided your opinion with regards to what you've just testified to?
Approximately over 50 times at trial, and then other depositions and hearings as well.
Your Honor, I would this time tender the witness is able to give her opinion in the field of firearms and the ballistic testing that she does.
Okay, is there any additional voir dire either Defendant Whitaker or Defendant Robinson wishes to conduct?
Can't argue that experience, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mizrahi.
So let's explain a little bit. We mentioned FDLE. The jury hasn't met anyone from FDLE yet. What is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and how does it interact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the State Attorney's Office, things like that?
Very simply, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement encompasses a state law enforcement agency that has both a forensic and investigative side to aid local, county, and city law enforcement, in my particular case, in forensic services.
So you're in the firearms unit. Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement also have a DNA unit?
Yes, they do.
And are those separate?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you're not going to come and testify about DNA, and they're not going to come testify about firearms.
Yes, I have no training in DNA at all. All I do is firearms.
And I would now turn your attention. Do you have your case file with you?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared for this testimony and reviewed it?
Yes.
If you ever need to refer to it, please feel free to do so. That's fine, okay?
Okay.
And that's going to be in your FDLE number 2020-04626?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive a series of items purported to be either things that came out of a firearm and then 2 firearms?
Yes, there were components as well as 2 firearms submitted in this case.
So I want to first talk about things that just ended up being inconclusive because we don't need to spend a lot of time on it. Did you receive a number of fragments of what was purported to be fired bullets?
Yes, there were numerous projectile evidence items in this case, including some fire bullets.
And were those of any value for you to compare to any firearms?
Specifically, several items were no value. I can name those if you'd like.
I don't think we need to. I think let's go to this. Is it common that when you have a projectile crash into concrete and walls that it gets so deformed that it's of no use for comparison?
Yes, that does happen.
Did you also receive a series of shell casings?
Yes, there were also cartridge cases submitted.
Explain to the jury the difference between these fragments / bullets and what a cartridge case is.
So very simply, a cartridge case is just a metal receptacle that holds all the components of unfired ammunition, otherwise known as cartridges. So those components are going to be the bullet, the cartridge case itself, the primer, and the gunpowder. So once a round is discharged in a firearm, those first components, the primer and the gunpowder, will be consumed by the detonation, and the bullet will use those products of that detonation from the primer and the gunpowder to be propelled down the barrel of a firearm. So that will leave the barrel of a firearm toward whatever the target was in the shot, and the cartridge case itself will be ejected from the firearm, usually in a semi-automatic fashion.
And so, like in a revolver, those cartridge cases would remain in the firearm until they're somehow manually expelled.
Yes.
But in a semi-automatic or an automatic, they would automatically be expelled from the firearm.
Yes, sir.
In your training and experience, is it common to be able to match one shell casing to another shell casing to determine whether or not those 2 shell casings or cartridge casings were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, the comparison of cartridge cases to each other is an examination that I will perform quite often.
Are you able to link cartridge cases to bullets that go down the barrel?
So cartridge cases and bullets that are expelled down the barrel of a firearm will be 2 separate components. So comparing the cartridge case to the bullet that has been fired is not an examination that we can practically do, because the marks from the inside of the cartridge case will be obliterated, that will be on the bullet would be obliterated by its travel down the barrel. So the only thing that we can do is compare cartridge cases to cartridge cases and bullets to bullets.
Are you also able to do bullets and cartridge cases to firearms that you have?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Yes, that was the request.
Are you also able to test the functionality of any firearms that you received?
Yes.
All right. So let's quickly go through the various items that you did, and we're going to begin with the cartridge cases. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
By the unique FDLE case number, the item number on the packaging, as well as on the cartridge cases.
Is it the yellow sticker?
Yes, the yellow label on each of these packages is from FDLE, and those items will be affixed with those labels as soon as they are submitted to the laboratory.
Okay, so we see a series of, 10 cartridge casings in one, and then one cartridge casing in another, and they have separate numbers. One is number 24, and one is number 1. You see that on there?
Yes.
Why are they separate?
Because those were 2 separate numbered items that were submitted.
Were you able to do a comparison of all these shell casings to each other?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
I came to the opinion in the comparison of these 2 cartridge case items, the total of 11, that they were identified as having been fired in the same firearm.
During the course of your examination, were there any cartridge casings that did not match these 11 cartridge cases?
No, again, the identification opinion was for those cartridge cases to each other.
Miss D56, what up, though? Appreciate you joining.
Yes, sir.
Did you examine this rifle?
Yes.
Are the cartridge cases that we just talked about, could they possibly have been fired from this rifle?
Since the rifle and the cartridge cases that were submitted in items 1 and 24 were of the same caliber, they could have been fired in that firearm, which is why I had to compare tests from that rifle to the cartridge cases that were submitted.
For example, if the only firearm that you received was the .40 caliber, you wouldn't have even done the comparison because there's no way those cartridge casings could have been fired from a .40 caliber handgun.
Yes, that's true. That's what we would call an elimination on class characteristics, the class characteristic being the caliber.
So when you did the comparison, were the cartridge cases fired from the rifle?
I came to the opinion that they were not. So that was an elimination opinion
Nope.
of the item 1 and 24 cartridge cases as with respect to that rifle.
Was the rifle operational?
Yes, it was functional at the time of my examination.
And you actually did the test fire?
Yes, I did.
Likewise, did you have any cartridge casings to examine and compare to State's Exhibit 205, the .40 caliber? I guess you need to look at that as well. May I just approach you?
Yes.
Yes, I examined that firearm, and there were no .40 S&W caliber cartridge cases submitted to me with these items.
Was that firearm, the .40 caliber, functional?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I apologize
laser
for
sight
interrupting
on
the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
I also want to show why did you begin the examination? Is it because there was characteristics on it that you could potentially match?
Yes, the first part of any examination is judging the suitability of the item, whether there are any marks that could be compared to anything at all. And I found this item to be somewhat suitable for comparison, which is why I ended up comparing it in this case.
And did you note that that had come from the medical examiner's office?
The envelope and the packaging that was submitted to me did state that.
And what did you notice about this fired bullet?
As far as the conclusion?
Well, yeah, what were the characteristics of it? What was the conclusion?
So the characteristics as far as the caliber class, I found from the measurement and size of the bullets that I took that the bullet was 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
And were you able to link that bullet to any of the firearms that you examined?
No, my opinion was inconclusive based upon the examination of the bullet to the rifle in this case.
And you already previously testified how you don't compare bullets to cartridge casings, but is it consistent with the cartridge casings, this bullet?
So the caliber class of the bullet, 22/5 millimeter caliber class, would be consistent with the caliber of the cartridge cases, which was 223 Remington /5.56 millimeter NATO caliber cartridge cases.
There may be later evidence in this case about an XTAR EXP 556 MK1. Were you asked to do some research on that type of firearm?
Yes.
And that type of firearm, can you describe it for the jury?
So it's an AR style pistol, just the general description of the type of firearm made by a company that is now discontinued called XTAR, and that is a same caliber 223 Remington /556 NATO caliber that is similar to the rifle here in this case as far as the caliber.
Okay, so you're not, obviously you didn't get one of those guns to compare.
No, I did not.
And you can't make any comparison about whether the cartridge casings and or the fired projectile came from that type of gun. Is that fair?
No, I couldn't. I would need to see the item.
But is it possible that they did?
Just based on the class characteristics, that being the caliber, that they are similar, that would be a comparison I would have to do if the item were ever submitted.
But unlike the .40, which you can immediately rule out, that type of firearm could fire what we have in this case?
Yes, the XTAR 556 could fire a .223 Remington 556 caliber round.
Thank you. That's all. Well, let me move into evidence if there's no objection.
Yes, again, my tag here with the FDLE case number, item number, and my initial.
So this right here is Scotty's lawyer. I don't remember her name, but this is not. This is the other one. So for those who don't know, this is the other defense attorney for Scotty. For Scotty, the defense side.
As well as on the firearms there. Yes, all guns would need to be function tested and test fired to see if they're operational.
This particular gun was in fact operational.
It was.
Nah, they don't have the gun. They don't have the gun that
Be the
was
same
committed
to
for the
test
murder.
for functionality at the bench and then also attempt to test fire.
So if someone wanted to intend.
Yes, I found them to be functional at the time of my examination.
Okay, thank you.
You work with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And that's referred to as FDLE.
Yes.
You're a gun expert within FDLE,
Yes, I work in the firearms section.
and you've testified as an expert on firearms dozens of times before, correct?
Yes, I've been qualified to do so.
Now, I'm not going to get into specifics here, so feel me out on this question first. You make a salary through FDLE, right?
Yes, my salary is paid by the state.
Whether you're in here testifying on this case or you're back at FDLE testing items on another case, your pay is the same, right?
Yes, it is.
Meaning that you're different than a private contractor expert that's hired and paid specifically for their time and testimony on a case, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, you were asked a question about the XTAR. What's the name of that gun?
I believe it's the EXP 556.
Now, you said that was a company that recently ceased to exist, right?
As I've researched it, it's been discontinued.
All right. So in 2020, that company was in existence, correct?
As far as I researched.
And it was sometime in between then and now that they stopped producing the firearms, specifically the one that you just mentioned, right?
As I researched, yes.
All right. If a company were to go bankrupt, cease to
Yep, Miss D56. We got his dad right there testifying, or what do you call it? Doing an interview, cooperating with the state against his son, KSOO.
operate and stop manufacturing the guns, would that then make the gun rare?
I don't know exactly how many they sold or how rare the firearm might be.
All right. Now, you as the firearm expert working for law enforcement, did the government ever come to you and show you a photograph of a third firearm and ask you as the firearm expert to identify that gun?
Identify the gun from the photograph.
Correct.
I was showed a photograph during a pretrial. As far as a model that they wanted me to look at, and that was it.
And they never, the pretrial was before charges were filed back in 2020?
It was just recently
Did
this
that
year.
car crash? Was it on the
before
street or
testimony
in a
this case.
yard? Do you remember?
Like it was kind of like
Your Honor.
Okay.
in a ditch or a yard. Like that.
Now, going again back to January 15th of 2020, that day, were you called by Abdul Robinson Jr., your son?
Yes, sir.
And was that from a number that you recognized as belonging to him?
Yes, sir.
What did he want?
He wanted me to go pick up Scotty.
Okay. And I know it's hard to just, if you can keep your voice up for me, but you said Abdul Robinson Jr. wanted you to go pick up Scotty.
Yes.
Leroy Whitaker.
Yes.
All right. Did you also get phone calls from Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And what did he want?
Telling me where he was at to come pick him up.
Did he tell you if he was alone or did he have anybody with him?
No, he said him and Buddy was together.
So Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner. that
and both of them had on pajamas.
I forgot. So a lot of it is blanking out because they cut out a lot of it. They cut out a lot of people's names and a lot of the stuff they was talking about. So that's why I keep muting in and out. But yeah, that's that. I edited it up. So
do you remember anything specific about either one of them?
Yes, with some Mountain Dew pajamas.
Okay. Today, do you remember which one had that on?
I think it was Dominique.
Dominique Barner?
I think so.
Did they have anything in their hands as they came out of the house?
Yeah, they had some old clothes in their hand.
Both of them?
Yes, sir.
Did they?
See, they keep muting it. That's them. That's how the video is.
Immediately concerned for anybody else?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
It's redacted.
Hakeem.
And that's Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And why were you concerned for Hakeem Robinson?
So I know that's their little friends circles, and he wasn't there. It was just them.
And so is it common for Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and Dominique Barner to hang out together?
Yes, sir.
And so when he wasn't there, you were concerned for what might be going on with Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's the dad. He testifying from jail. He gonna come out and testify against him sometime, probably this week coming up. Guess we'll see.
Stop approximately when you think that it is, okay?
Like that's
About there?
yes.
Okay. And at some point while
This is hold on, let me.
you see that on your screen? And ma'am, can you, by touching the screen, show the jury where you were on that day, approximately?
Oh, my bad, wrong sound.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the record, you've kind of drawn it in between where it says 7201 and another building 7201, and there's kind of a white truck and a gray car there.
Yes.
And at some point during the day, were you outside talking with your neighbors on what you call the wall?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what the wall is?
When I come out my apartment, it's a set of stairs, and on the stairs it's connected to a wall, and you can sit there.
Okay. You can kind of see it on the map there.
Yes.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 180.
Yeah, that was a clip of the dad that's going to be testifying. For those who don't know, that's the one who told on him. I'm going to skip past some of her because she didn't show her face, but she was one of the witnesses. Let me see. I'll get to the good part.
Okay, what did that look like?
A gray hoodie.
How long do you think that you saw this person for?
Seconds.
What did you do when you saw that person come from the woods?
I ran.
Okay. Did you ever see them again?
No.
Did you ever see what happened with the
But a pecan brown. Like moments after the car had passed. I did.
And can you describe that person to the jury the best that you remember?
Just the build of the person.
Okay. About how tall did he appear to you?
Maybe like he was 5'8", 5'9".
Okay. What about his build?
He was slim.
5'8", 5'9", slim. That's what the attorney said, right? 5'8", 5'9", slim.
Maybe like 160, 170.
Did you get a view of his skin complexion?
Yes.
And how would you describe that?
But a pecan brown.
Okay. Could you see his hair at all?
Yes.
What did that look like?
He had dreads.
And how long were his dreads?
It was to his chin.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
I remember the top.
Okay, what did that look like?
A gray hoodie.
How long do you think that you saw this person for?
seconds.
What did you do when you saw that person come from the woods?
I ran.
Okay. Did you ever see them again?
No.
Did you ever see what happened with the white woman in the silver sedan?
No.
Eventually, the police came out to the complex?
Yes.
And they spoke with you?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right, cross from Mr. Whitaker. All right, any cross from Mr. Robinson?
That's right. Scotty is Whitaker. That's right. Now I remember his name. I heard Kat mention Whitaker earlier. I should have knew it. Scotty is Whitaker. That's Leroy Whitaker, I believe his name is.
Okay. So this happened all the way back January 15th of 2020, right?
Correct.
You were living in that apartment complex at the time?
Yes.
And that apartment complex has cameras, right?
No.
It does not?
No.
You were sitting on that wall. You weren't sitting by yourself, were you?
No.
You were sitting with two other individuals, right?
3.
3 others. Okay. Claudia was one.
Nigga,
right?
I ain't never scared.
Marva was one.
Yes.
And you're right. And Larry was the other one.
Correct.
Okay. They were all sitting on the wall where you were sitting.
Yes.
Were they all sitting there when the person came out of the woods?
Yes.
Okay. They saw him too?
No.
They didn't.
No.
How do you know?
Because we were all talking, and I stood up. Like, I had heard the sound 3 times, and like my 3rd time hearing it, I stood up and turned around, and the view was in the opening where I was sitting. They were sitting more so behind this building where they couldn't see what I saw.
Okay. But what you just stated was you were sitting on this wall, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that Mr. Atkinson got up here and talked to you about the fact that there's some elevation on the wall, right?
Yes.
And you can see that the State's Attorney's Office has pictures of the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
They could have easily taken a picture of the elevation that you described, right?
Right.
But you haven't seen one of those, have you?
Not.
Okay. You do not know, you haven't yourself gone out and measured the height of that wall, have you?
No.
You didn't measure the level of that elevation, have you?
No.
Okay. And so you did mention, though, that you were first sitting down, and then after you heard that sound, you stood up, right?
Correct.
So you made that observation from a standing position, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to reiterate, the individual that you saw, male or female?
It was a male.
Okay. 5'8" to 5'9"?
Yes.
And you used the word slim, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the weight range you gave was 160 to 170 pounds.
Correct.
Okay. And I hate to do this. I don't normally ask people this. But, for example, how much do you weigh now?
I weigh like 180.
Okay. The description you gave as a skin color was butter pecan brown.
Correct.
Okay. And that's lighter than your complexion, correct?
Correct.
And now also you were able to take note of the fact that this individual was wearing a gray hoodie.
Yes.
But the hoodie was down.
Yes.
Okay. The individual's hair was down, correct?
It was just loose.
Loose, okay. But in dreadlocks is how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. And you said the length of those dreadlocks of that individual went down to their chin.
Yes.
Okay. The hood was not covering this individual's face, was it?
No.
Okay. The bottom of this individual's face wasn't covered, was it?
No.
Okay. And then you immediately said, now you see this person coming out. Did they have a firearm in their hands?
No.
Okay. And the reason that you took off running was what?
Before that, we had got an alert to the phone stating that a murder had happened and what the individual was wearing. So I was asking the police, like, if it happened down there, why would they be down here? Like, why y'all got us?
Like, almost like it was so far.
Yeah.
Okay. The information you got, in your opinion, seemed far from where you were.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so because of that, that's what kind of made you take notice of this individual.
Yes.
Okay. And because you received the information that it was possibly related to a murder, you just, safety, took off running.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, now on that day, though, you spoke to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And you were able to tell them exactly what you saw?
Yes.
And I'm sure they asked you a description of the individual, right?
Yes.
Now, you also then remember about 2 years later receiving a subpoena to come in for a deposition, right?
Yes.
And it was over Zoom.
Yes.
Okay, and all the attorneys were there, right? You remember that?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you met at all with the state attorney's office?
Miss D said, dang, she got to testify.
And then the next time that you've spoken
Nah,
to anyone about this is today in court, right?
Not.
Correct.
Okay, did you meet with the prosecutors within the past few weeks before you testified today?
Yeah.
They not showing her face, so I'm just playing some clips I got in the background while she talking instead of showing that seal.
Deposition transcripts?
Yes.
So you could remember what you told us back then, right?
Correct.
Okay, and nothing's changed. Everything that you said back then is the same as you've said today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other thing that they brought out was that something caught your attention about a car that came into the complex, right? You noticed what you described as maybe did you say a silver sedan?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it 4 doors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you noticed that there was a woman inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described her as a white lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Dirty blonde hair?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this was someone you had never seen before?
No, ma'am.
Now, you gave the opinion as the person looked like they were lost.
Yes.
What made you think that?
Just the way she was looking. She looked lost.
Did she look like she was looking
around? Yeah.
Now, you had
She had
mentioned
a
she
phone
had
up.
I'm sorry.
She had a phone up in her hand, and she was just like looking from side to side.
Okay, so let me ask you this. She said she had a phone in her hand, right?
Yes.
Could you physically see the phone in her hand?
Yes.
Did she have it to her ear, or she
No.
was looking at it?
She just had it up, and she was driving.
Okay, so did it look as if she was trying to pay attention to the phone and what she was doing?
I'm not sure. I just seen the phone in her hand.
Okay. Did it look as if she was talking?
No, she was looking.
Okay. And did you see where that car ultimately came to a stop?
Yes.
Okay. Did it park?
Yes.
And did you see that suspect or individual jump into that vehicle?
I did not.
And that's just because you turned around and took off running?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, after that, because you had initially told the police that you had seen the shooter, right?
I said
Or
I
the
seen
suspect.
someone come.
I apologize. You saw the suspect coming out of the woods.
Yes.
Okay. Did they ever come back to you and try to show you any photographs?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. Boston, you said that you saw the individual that came out of the woods for a brief second or two.
Yes.
Do you think that you would have been able to identify anybody in photographs?
No.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You'll have a seat right there in the center.
With lyrics about murders of young
A little
men
bit
in
different than the
Jacksonville.
usual. If you'll be,
The victims behind the lyrics are sons. What is it like when you see your son's name and his murder talked about in these rap songs?
It's like somebody taking an open wound or a healing wound and opening it back up and stabbing at it over and over again.
I hope and pray that, the person or the persons who are rapping about, that they understand that you have a mom too. And would you want your mom to feel the way the other moms feel?
KSOO says the different rap groups known as ATK and KTA are rivals on the streets. ATK and KTA, those are the groups that we hear about a lot.
certain to speak closely and loudly into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take your time. Get ready. Please the stuff is falling behind you. Please introduce yourself to the two juries.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeneline Adana. The first name is spelled Jeannenelyn, and the last name is spelled Adona.
What do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE.
You had to pause there for fun. How long have you been working there?
It'll be 21 years next month.
Okay. And explain to the jury your educational background, training experience that allows you to come into courts and testify?
Yes, I hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in cell biology and a Master's of Science degree in genetics. And I have successfully undergone a training program at FDLE, which I finished in January of 2010.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the jury heard about DNA. We think of DNA as something that like defines our biological traits like height, weight, hair color, skin color, eye color. Are those the types of areas of the DNA that you're looking at?
No, the DNA areas that I'm looking at doesn't code for any trait that are visible.
And I think sometimes it's commonly referred to as junk parts of the DNA.
Yes.
Is that because we don't really know exactly what it does?
It doesn't code for anything, so they're, yes, called junk DNA.
But the science is not junk.
It's not.
And it's in the course of your training experience, other than identical twins, do any two people have the same DNA profile?
No.
You receive a lot of information and evidence related to a Barbara and David Buckley.
I did.
Now, obviously, you're not at the scene collecting all this evidence, so you're relying upon law enforcement to provide you the information on the packages.
Correct.
And then you put in your report what the law enforcement officers have done.
Yes.
You can't testify as to how they did it or anything like that.
Correct.
How are you able to testify to this jury that once FDLE gets the item, that item is forensically secure? In other words, you put it into a vault to make sure the seals are done and all that. Explain that to the jury.
So FDLE has an evidence intake section where the items of evidence that are submitted by contributors, the police departments and sheriff's offices are submitted to FDLE. So every case gets assigned a unique FDLE case number, and every item associated with that case gets a unique FDLE item number. Once these pieces of evidence are entered into the system, they are placed in a secure vault that only few members of FDLE personnel are allowed to have access to. And until I request the transfer of custody of those items to myself from the crime laboratory technicians, they remain secure in the vault.
And the jury's kind of, I think, from a distance, seeing things like evidence tape and signatures and things like that. Why is that important?
It is important so that I would be able to know if my seal has been broken into or tampered with after I'm done with my analysis.
Was there any indication in any of your work that the items had been tampered with?
Not with the previous cases that I've testified to where evidence were shown to me.
So I want to go and explain a little bit about what you did there. Lucky for us, the two main items I want you to look at are sitting right to your left. Do you see both a pajama bottom and a pajama shirt?
I see a pajama bottom and yes, a pajama shirt.
Pajama shirt is 244. You're examining items like this. Explain to the jury how you go about examining the pajama bottoms and tops to see if there's any DNA that you can test.
So for these particular pieces of evidence, they were described to me as pieces of evidence suspected to contain possible blood stain. So I look for stains that are consistent with originating from possible blood stains, which may present themselves as red-brown staining, brown staining, black staining, green staining, or yellow staining.
And why do you specifically look for blood stains or any kind of stains for doing your DNA testing?
So for this particular case, it was...
Let me ask it like this. Would blood contain DNA?
Yes,
Okay.
it will. Both gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
So when that happens, does that target where you're going to do your DNA testing?
Yes, so the same area that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood would be the same areas I will take samples to proceed to DNA testing.
And did you do that?
I did.
Jazzy T in the building. What up, what up? Appreciate you joining, Queen.
Now, before we get into the results of those, it's important the jury understands the concept of an intimate sample, and what does that mean for your testing? How do you take that into account?
So the items of evidence, such as clothing, are actually referred to as...
Miss DB, what up? I see you too. Beta Paris, Shay, what up? Appreciate y'all hanging out. FFS in the building, what up, what up?
Indigenous samples.
Indigenous, that's fine, okay.
And which means that the person wearing the items of evidence, we can expect...
Compare the full DNA profiles from Mr. Barner and Mr. Whitaker to the unknown male DNA you took from the blood stains on the shirts and the bottoms.
I did.
And let the jury know what the results of that was.
So for the DNA profile from Dominic Barner, his DNA profile was compared to the shirt from Barbara Buckley, and Dominic Barner is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the shirt from Barbara Buckley.
So
the shirt would have been number 2.
We already know that he was the one that in there that choked out Barbara Buckley and broke into her house. And we already know that there was another person with him, and they already know who that person was. Why are they even going over this?
44 for the record. So included as a possible contributor. What does that mean? Does that mean it could be him? May not. Explain to the jury how statistically significant that is.
Yes. So because I wasn't there and I didn't create the mixture,
admitted to
I
it.
can't
That's
say
butter.
it's definitively these people who are in the mixture. So I say possible, but the DNA types are consistent with what I observed between the DNA type from Dominic Barner and the DNA types on the pajama from the top from Barbara Buckley. And then I calculated a likelihood ratio. So the observed mixed DNA profile from the top, from the pajama top, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originates from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Barner than if it originates from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
Okay, it says 700 billion is a huge number.
It is.
Is that a conservative estimate?
Yes. The actual number is actually so much greater than that, but we cap our reporting segment at 700 billion because it's something that we are more familiar with. It's a number we're more familiar with.
And even that number is more than any human beings have ever lived on planet Earth.
That I'm not sure, but it's definitely more than the people on the planet now.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. And the people on the planet now, are we up to 9 billion yet? 10 billion? Are we that high?
I think we just exceeded 8 billion or approaching 8.5 billion.
So this is 700 billion times.
Yes, it's greater than 700 billion.
Greater than 700. So that was with Mr. Barner on the shirt.
Yes, and Dominic Barner is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile from the bottoms.
Okay, and then likewise, Mr. Whitaker is excluded from the top.
Yes, he is. He is excluded from the top.
We have Barner on the top.
Yeah, so there it go. It's Scotty and Butter. Scotty and Butter is the ones who was proven to be there that day in that house. That's what they proving right now, that it was Scotty and Butter.
And then we have Whitaker on the bottom, which you haven't gotten to yet. Explain to the jury what the results of the bottoms were.
So a complete DNA profile was obtained from Leroy Whitaker Jr., and that DNA profile was compared to the mixed DNA profiles from the top and bottom. So Leroy Whitaker is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile from the pajama top. Leroy Whitaker Jr. is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the pajama bottoms. And the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originates from Barbara Buckley and Leroy Whitaker Jr. than if it originated from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
And I want to just briefly explain to the jury how you just practically are taking Barbara Buckley out, and then what's the DNA profile left behind? How do you do that?
So, as I mentioned earlier, half of the DNA comes from the father and half of the DNA comes from the mother. And so we have the DNA profile is actually just a pair of numbers at the 21 areas of the DNA that I'm looking at. So individuals will have different DNA types. Only identical twins would have the same DNA. So anything that does not belong to Barbara Buckley is said to be foreign to her.
And in your analysis, were you confident that there was only one other source of DNA, meaning only 2 total contributors?
Yes.
The evidence is going to show
We should probably show the jury where we're talking about. Do you make marks on the bottoms that indicate...
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exactly...
Red brown staining on the back.
Did you do a parentheses and put the letter A there?
Yes.
There's another on the side that's facing me where it says neg.
That is short for negative.
So if the jury, if they need to see it, is just the little parentheses that says
A.
Looks like there's a little hole.
Yes, that's where I collected the sample from for DNA testing.
I also want to show you one other item that you looked at, which is State's Exhibit 220220.
And left wrist swab of Barbara Buckley.
Again, you expect to find Barbara Buckley on the swab taken from her neck.
So the neck and left wrist swab also gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And Barbara Buckley is expected to be a donor to this item, and she is observed in the mixture. David Buckley is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
And was Mr. Barner found to be the other contributor?
Dominic Barner is included as a possible contributor to the swab from the neck and left wrist of Barbara Buckley.
And was the statistic the same?
Yes, the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Barner than if it originated from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
Other than Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner, and obviously Mrs. Buckley, Barbara Buckley, did you reveal any other DNA profiles?
I did not obtain any other standards, so I didn't make any other comparisons.
I guess that was not a great question. Was there anything in those samples where you matched it to Whitaker and Barner, like a third person, I guess is the better question.
No.
Is it common in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for you to develop a full profile of Leroy Whitaker, and then, or any defendant or suspect, and then have another analyst use that full profile for comparison purposes on additional testing?
Yes.
And you're aware that that happened in this case?
I'm aware that this is cross-referenced to a different case, to another case, but I don't know if this DNA profile was used for that case.
And you see Ms. Heisler outside?
Yes.
She doesn't live here anymore?
She doesn't.
Education before you even began at the FDLE, but part of your training at FDLE is to actually learn how to testify effectively.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Like you literally have mock moot courts. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you had mentioned something that, to your knowledge, no.
I don't know if y'all can hear her that good, but she was saying part of your training is to do courts, do mock courts. Like you're trained to do this. You're trained to testify in front of a jury. It's part of your job.
2 people have the same DNA, correct? Besides identical twins.
Correct.
Okay. And that's based on what we know right now, correct?
Yes.
And another way to say that is, and we'll get there, and I apologize for somewhat jumping around, but when we start talking about the statistical significance of a certain result, that's based on a specific database, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that database is sample DNA profiles of then where you're able to statistically determine what level of the population might have that particular loci.
This is a likelihood ratio, so I think that's different from random match probability.
I should let you explain it because I guarantee you'll do a better job than me trying to ask the question.
Okay.
What is the database? How was the database created?
So the database is created by collecting samples from blood banks, from, I think for this particular database, it was from Memphis, Tennessee,
okay,
and Fort Lauderdale. And then there were buccal swabs from Paternity Lab in Ohio. And so these samples were then extracted and DNA profiles were developed and tabulated. And then the number of times a particular DNA type is observed in the population, they are tabulated. And we are using this database, which is used nationwide and used by the FBI as well. And this is published in a peer-reviewed journal, Forensic Science International Genetics, and it can be refuted by other people, other scientists out there, but this has been validated to be valid for our purposes. I believe it's about 1,097 individuals in the database, including Asian individuals, which, you know, we're not calculating the likelihood ratio of.
Okay. And a real-world application, is it somewhat the concept? Is it somewhat similar to like when we hear about polling results, and then people are trying to say, because we had a poll result, we can then assume we took a small database, we can now then expand upon what we think will happen for a larger population.
Yes.
Okay, so very similar to like when we'll read in the paper before some type of an election, the polling numbers are suggesting, correct?
Yes, but I think it's different in the fact that Caucasian population, the hide on an item or not.
And sometimes you will know that you have DNA, but you don't have any identifiable DNA or interpretable DNA, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. And let me actually go to the example in this particular case.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What? You know there's DNA there, but it's just not interpretable. In this particular case, you attempted to get DNA from Miss Buckley's fingernail swabs.
Correct.
Okay. And your ultimate result in regards to that was due to the limited nature of these results, the data is not interpretable.
Correct.
Okay. You did find, though, that there was DNA foreign to Miss Buckley, correct?
Just, it was too little to be compared to anyone's standard.
Okay. And you also have that with the instrumentation, that there are times you're ultimately to get these numbers.
Shout out to Chanmar Black is Golden.
Yes.
Appreciate the support. Y'all show her some love. Drop some Chanmar Black is Goldens. Drop her some coins. Show her some love. Appreciate the support, family. Always Queen. Much love, much love. The Queen of Flesh of the Gods right there.
Okay, but we're talking about 4.4 million.
I don't know the...
Let me finish
okay.
the question. If it's 4.4 million, and I understand that you're going, you're not saying that it's against the population, but the terminology that's used by FDLE, that's used by all analysts across all reports, ties to the population.
Department of Law Enforcement.
For about 14 years.
And the jury's already heard about who FDLE is, and were you a DNA analyst?
Yes, I was.
You currently still are in Charleston.
Yes.
So explain for the jury a little bit. We've already heard some of it about your educational background, training experience that allows you to come into courts and testify.
I have a bachelor's from Penn State in forensic science with the option in biology. I was trained at FDLE through a 2-phase training program. The first phase is mainly academic. There are readings, textbooks, exams, lab practicals. And the second phase is supervised casework, where I'll work actual cases under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's a series of 3 oral boards or oral examinations in front of my training committee and a mock trial.
And over the years, have you undergone proficiency testing to make sure that you're qualified to testify in DNA?
Yes, I have.
And is the lab accredited?
Yes.
And
KSOO, what up, though?
When you're doing specific testing, do you make sure that the samples that you're testing both are not tampered with, and that you're doing your testing without tampering with it externally from like you or other analysts?
Yes, I make sure the package is sealed, and I wear protective equipment, PPE, like a mask, gloves, hairnet when I work.
Okay. But did you also perform a test on the shirt itself?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I swabbed specific areas of the shirt to look for wearer DNA, and I swabbed the collar area and the armpits, and I believe the shoulders. 1 second.
You can check to see. And you're using one swab for all of those areas?
Yes, to concentrate the DNA on one swab. I swabbed the inside of the shirt, collar, armpits, and shoulder.
And in doing that test, did you determine that there was a mixture of DNA that could be compared to other people?
Yes.
And that mixture was consistent with how many individuals?
3 donors.
Were you able to exclude in your first round Charles McCormick, Krista Odom, Cora McKnight, and Miss Barton? I don't want to say her name wrong. Eva Barton were all excluded as possible contributors?
Sorry, I have them listed as numbers. I just have to verify.
Okay. Yeah, take your time.
Boom, 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 boom. Meow. What up, family? Appreciate y'all joining. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, they were excluded.
Were you later provided the known DNA samples from a Leroy Whitaker and
a nice surprise?
Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
And did you compare those known DNA samples to the mixtures in the driver's seat T-shirt as well as the rear seat T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
And what results did you have beginning first with the driver's seat T-shirt?
For the driver's seat, Leroy Whitaker is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
And the jury has already been explaining that billion-time likelihood, but I guess let's just get a different perspective. What does that mean?
Its likelihood ratio is a weight of the evidence in a form of a number. I can tell you, yeah, it's 7 billion times more likely or 700 billion times more likely, but that doesn't really mean much. Like if I can say he's included, but that doesn't mean much without giving you a weight to the number. And that 700 billion is the weight.
And to confirm the Hakeem Robinson, did you actually perform the DNA analysis on his known buccal swab?
Yes.
And that's going to be states 223?
Yes. Buccal.
So 700 billion times Hakeem Robinson on the driver's seat, but there's a mixture of multiple people.
It was a mixture of 3.
Turning to the rear seat, did you perform the similar DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that?
That also demonstrated a mixture consistent with 3 donors.
And did it match any known profiles that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had developed?
Since it's not a single source, I don't say match, I say included. And Leroy Whitaker is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
And so same testimony that you gave with Mr. Robinson in terms of what that means, 700 billion, what it means.
Yes.
Person mixed DNA profile from the T-shirt from the rear of the vehicle, the rear seat. Number 10, I believe.
They are also excluded from that.
But were you able to include, and also Hakeem Robinson was also excluded from that?
Hakeem Robinson is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the white T-shirt from the rear middle seat.
You were able to include Leroy Whitaker to that shirt?
Yes, he is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated.
So this is the one who gathered all the DNA off the shirts, and it's hair follicles she talking about, and out there they don't test the whole hair, they only test the white head part. I forgot the whatever, but the hair follicle, the end part, that's the only part they test out there. So she only got like 3 hairs up out the whole thing.
Individuals.
Okay, so despite my jumping around too much, Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker are included on the front seat, and only Leroy Whitaker on the back seat.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony. Front seat versus T-shirt on front seat.
Okay, if you'll just clarify your question.
T-shirt that we've talked about that's sitting right to your left side.
Yes.
That mixed DNA profile included both Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker.
Yes.
And the rear seat T-shirt sitting right to your left, it was just Leroy Whitaker.
Correct.
So did you also get some touch
evidence
DNA swabs?
is not the evidence.
What? Reported 4 compartments of the Nissan car, sedan.
Yes.
Yes. Shout out to Chan Ma Black is Golden. She said, "Hold up, let me read my statement." That is how it's looking like she reading line for line, ain't she? Like he got the questions written on the paper and she just reading the answers.
And 3 of them, were you able to report any identifiable DNA?
No, it was a mixture that was not suitable for comparison on 3 of the items.
Were you able to report some information with regard to the driver's seat compartment swab taken from the Nissan sedan?
Yes, it was a mixture consistent with 4 donors.
That's 4, so that's the most we've seen. Is that going to be Stacey's Exhibit 221?
Yes.
So Stacey's Exhibit 221 had a mixture of 4 potential donors.
That's correct.
And what did you report in terms of Hakeem Robinson being a contributor to one of those profiles?
He is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and the observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 4.4 million times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Hakeem Robinson and 3 unrelated individuals than from 4 unrelated individuals.
So explain to the jury why we see a number like 4.4 million as opposed to 700 billion.
I'm looking at the frequency of the DNA types and the overall profile and making that comparison. So it's not quite as big as 700 billion, but it is an inclusion that's greater than 1 or whatever number you would say. I'm just giving a weight to the inclusion. Junior is excluded, and 30 Senior is inconclusive. I couldn't make a determination to include or exclude.
So the son, Hakeem Jr., the one that's on trial right now, KSOO, is excluded as part of the DNA on there, but the father is inconclusive. How is it inconclusive? I can't tell whether he is or not. Wouldn't that mean that he not? Or how can KSOO be excluded and you say that he not, but then say you don't know if the father is or not? How does that make sense?
The junior was excluded.
Yes.
All right. May I have a moment to check with counsel?
Yes.
Thanks. It's somewhat obvious, but just to get it out there, you can't see DNA, can you?
I mean, I can see red-brown staining if there's blood, but I can't see the DNA profile, no.
Sure. And like when you look at any item, and what I'm trying to have you explain for the jurors is just how tiny DNA is.
Yes, it's very small.
I've heard it referred to that you can fit, correct me if I'm wrong, like a million DNA on the top of a pen head.
I haven't tested that.
But it's fair to say it's extremely small, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you never know, with the exception of if you see some red-brown staining, you can anticipate you may very well have a DNA result if it is in fact blood, correct?
Blood is a rich source of DNA.
Sure. But sometimes a stain can be some other substance that's not blood, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no way you, as the analyst, when you look at any of these items, have any idea what DNA results, if any, you might get, correct?
When I look at items, I'm trained in identifying stains, so I do look for specific stains that would have characteristics of blood, if that's what you're referring to. But I don't know if it's going to be a mixture when I'm swabbing something for wear or single source, or maybe no results even.
And so let's go specifically to, I guess we have some T-shirts that you ended up analyzing, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you did not take cuttings. You literally made your own swab. Is that correct?
Yes, I swabbed the shirts in those areas.
And it sounds like one of the reasons you would have swabbed the particular areas that you did is that you're trying to capture maybe known areas where people naturally sweat. Would that be fair?
Not necessarily sweat, just I know that has the most contact with their body, so it would have skin cells on it to identify who was wearing the shirts.
And so you look for those particular areas because you're trying to capture whatever DNA might be there, correct?
Yes.
And when we're talking about trying to get DNA from an item such as the two shirts that are next to you, DNA technology can tell us a lot, but it can't tell us when that DNA got on that shirt, correct?
That's correct.
And can't tell us how it got there, correct?
That's correct.
Because there is this concept of transfer of DNA, correct?
Yes, there's transfer DNA.
And I'm sure as part of your very extensive training, you've become aware of studies that they have done, scientific studies, where if I grab this pen and then hand it to Mr. DeCoste, and then you test the DNA from Mr. DeCoste's possession, my DNA may very well be on that pen, correct?
Yes, it's possible. That's more so like touch DNA versus wear DNA.
Sure. But the concept exists, correct?
Yes.
And that's something you just always have to be aware of when you're doing your analysis and trying to explain the results, correct?
It doesn't really affect my analysis on the DNA because I'm still just testing what DNA is on the shirt. I don't know how it got there.
Nor do you know when, correct? Because DNA can be degraded over time, but I think we're all aware of situations where DNA has been recovered 10, 20, 30 years down the road.
Yes, that's why we do cold cases.
And so that technology exists as well.
Yes, it's the same DNA technology that I'm using.
In this particular case, you were never given a standard of Dominique Barner?
That's correct.
So you did not include or exclude him from any analysis you completed?
I made no comparisons of that person.
How about anyone named...
How are you not going to include Dominique Barner? And he the one that's putting the... he the main suspect. He even admitted to putting all this together and that he wanted to kill him. How do you not include him?
Chris Brown?
No.
Uh-oh. Chris Brown. Chris Brown. Was that the other person that was there that day?
How about anyone named Torrigan Williams?
No.
Okay. Did you do any testing on any hairs found?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of testing on hair does FDLE do?
It's the same DNA testing.
There's also something called mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Florida Department of Law Enforcement does not do that testing, correct?
But they do not.
And so that was not completed in this case?
No.
Okay. And mitochondrial DNA testing is for the Y chromosome? Is that correct?
That's for Y DNA testing.
Okay.
For mitochondrial DNA, it's looking at the whole hair shaft, and I only look at the root end of the hair when I do perform DNA analysis. I do STR, which stands for short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And in this particular case, I guess there were about 70 hairs?
On what item?
I'm sorry?
On which item?
I guess total on all the different items that you were looking at?
I'm notated on item 9, which is the shirt from the driver's seat, that I collected approximately 70 apparent hairs, and that there was a clump of apparent hairs and some also remained on the shirt. And on the other white t-shirt from the rear, that had about 65 hairs, and some also remained on the shirt.
And then you ended up picking 2 out of those hairs for DNA testing?
I determined 2 to be suitable for...
2 hairs. That's what this whole case is built on. 2 hairs out of... Man.
To continue DNA testing with.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, cross from Mr. Robinson.
I can have one moment?
Okay.
Safe to say, when you get that, it was a dirty article of clothing.
I actually notated it was not very dirty.
Look, I have a dog, I have hairs all over my clothes, but there was a lot of human hair.
Look, watch this switch up. We saw how she testified on the prosecution. Now let's see how she act with the defense.
On that t-shirt, right?
I can't testify if it's human hair. I noted there were hairs.
There was also multiple types of DNA, right?
When you say types, do you mean like blood, semen, saliva, or different people? I don't know what you mean.
Let's leave it at this. It was not a freshly laundered shirt.
I don't know when it was laundered.
Freshly laundered meaning that it's clean, it's folded, like the shirt that I put on today before coming here. Do you have any indication that that was a clean, freshly laundered shirt?
I don't.
Okay. So you get the shirt, what I will term is the dirty shirt, and you tested it. You pulled off a bunch of hairs and you found how many were suitable?
2.
So that would have left 68 hairs that were on that shirt, give or take.
Those are the ones I collected. There were possibly more, yes.
Now, with respect to private lab testing, mitochondrial DNA testing, the remaining 68 on that could have been tested, right?
I should clarify, I wrote they're apparent hairs. I'm not saying they are definitely hairs. So I don't know if they could have been tested.
Look, now she don't know if they hairs. I want to clarify. I'm not sure if there's hairs. There's 60 other fibers. I don't know. Maybe they wasn't hairs.
The absence of
Shout out to
evidence
Chad
is
Mar
not the
Black is
evidence.
golden. Holding it down. Stream sponsor. Appreciate you, family. Much love, much love. Y'all show her some love. Keep it flowing in the chat. Show her some coins. Drop some coins. Much love. I'm not sure if it's hairs.
Fair enough.
If they're fibers, that wouldn't have DNA necessarily.
Fair enough. But there were the hairs that you determine are suitable for testing. They have the root, and that's what you can test, right?
Yes, I look at the root.
All right. So however many other hairs there were, if it were 2 or if it were 68, those could have been tested because these private labs can test the actual hair, right?
Again, I'm not saying necessarily that they're hairs or human hairs or fibers. I'm just looking at items that were not suitable for DNA.
You testified a moment ago that there was a clump of hairs.
I did say a clump, and I should have said apparent hairs. I didn't pull them all apart.
But if we don't look, and we don't know, right?
I wasn't able to pull them all apart, and I'm not able to say if they are fibers or hairs. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be confusing, but it was a clump that was all intertwined. There could have been fibers involved in them. I'm not specifying the difference between if that went to a trace DNA or a trace section instead of DNA.
You found 2 hairs that were suitable, but you would agree that there was other hairs recovered from the shirt. Understanding that some of them may have been fibers, there was other hairs that were recovered.
Yes.
That could have been tested.
Yes.
If the state chose to send them for mitochondrial testing, right?
I'd imagine. I'm not sure how that works.
Now, we've got another name from the hairs, right? Tied back to a gentleman, Mr. Hogan.
All right, sustained.
Without saying the name, you tied one of the hairs back to somebody whose name has not been said in this courtroom, right?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar.
Yes.
But not necessarily. He could have wiped his brow with it, right?
Yes, I don't know how the DNA got on the shirt.
Nor do you know when it got onto the shirt.
That's correct.
All right. If it's 700 billion and it degrades down, you can't put sort of a time on it, like the rings on a tree, right?
So that's not really how it works. It doesn't degrade from 700 billion. That's the likelihood ratio I'm associating with comparing the two. Degraded DNA would be, let's say, a good DNA profile with information at all locations that then was subjected to, let's say, extreme heat, and it degraded and gave a different type of effect to the DNA that made it less likely for have.
Love Island DNA. Hell no.
Made every location tested.
Going viral.
So we agree. You can't say when the DNA got onto the shirt.
That's correct.
And the fact that his DNA is on the shirt that's in the car, that doesn't mean he was ever inside of the car, right?
No, I'm just testifying to the DNA. I don't know how it got there or when the shirt got there or who was in the car.
All right. Now let's talk about the driver compartment, okay?
Okay.
Now, you never go out to the car. You get the swab from the different compartments, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you it's been entered in as States 88. My DNA has made its way over to that table without me ever being at that table, right?
Okay.
It's possible.
Yes.
That is a thing, that you have the transfer of DNA.
So are you saying the DNA is now on the table?
I'm saying that my DNA very well, in actuality, because I just touched it, my DNA very well could be on that table right now.
It's possible. It all depends on the friction, the length of time. If I'm pressing hard on something to leave my DNA on the item versus just gently tapping on an item. If it's just sitting on a table, it's not necessarily jump off the handkerchief onto the table. But if you apply pressure to it, then it's more likely to transfer the DNA from one item to another.
All right, now this T-shirt, you didn't get back 700 billion times. You got back 4.4 million, right? That's much lower.
You're not phrasing it the way that I did, and
Tell me how you phrase it.
Comparisons. So I'm not saying the shirt has 4.4 million.
No. I want to make sure that we're clear, because we're not talking about necessarily the shirt. Right now, we're talking about the swab of the compartment, right? So let me back up for the example. This may help out. The swab is done by one of the evidence techs here in Jacksonville and then sent to you, right?
Yes.
So they go in there, and in this example, right, I'm the tech, and I got my swab, and I go out here, and I have one swab for the front compartment. Now, this handkerchief, it's there in the front compartment. I'm swabbing. I move that out of the way. I'm swabbing here, I'm swabbing here, I'm swabbing the front, and I'm getting DNA. What I'm talking about is the fact that that T-shirt had his DNA on it. You can't rule out that the DNA transferred to the compartment, and that's why it comes back. You can't rule that out, can you?
No, I don't know how the DNA was on the compartment.
It very well could have been because there was a T-shirt that had his DNA all over it sitting in the front compartment.
I don't know how his DNA got on the compartment.
All right. So for the example that we use, that hanky, but now I've been over there, but that hanky, because I touched it, my DNA was on it. My DNA is now on the table, on the chair. It can transfer that way through an article of clothing.
Just because you touch it doesn't mean your DNA is on it.
But it could get on there.
Yes.
Okay. So, sum this up. This T-shirt has my client's DNA on it, right? Right?
I included him into a mixture.
All right, so you believe his DNA is on it.
Yes.
That T-shirt is rolled up in the front compartment, right?
Yes.
One swab is used for the entire front compartment.
Let me see.
When I say the front driver compartment.
And you're saying how many swabs they used?
Well, you already told us one swab.
I said I used one swab to swab the T-shirt.
No. The front compartment of the vehicle, you didn't swab it. It was given to you. How many swabs were used in the front?
I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of here. I was at done
Front
anything.
compartment, if you know.
I can look. I didn't already tell you.
Okay, sure, please.
She don't know what she said. She was high. I don't know what I could have said anything.
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
There was one swab that was used.
All right. So you got one swab. The T-shirt's gone. They're swabbing the front compartment. You can't rule out the possibility that the reason why the DNA is showing up in a mixture in the driver compartment wasn't because it came off that shirt.
I don't know how the DNA was deposited on the driver's compartment.
My question to you is, you can't rule out that it didn't come from that shirt.
No, I don't know how it was there.
So with all of your testimony here, you have no way of saying that Hakeem Robinson was ever inside of that vehicle.
No, I don't know that.
And the last question is the mixture that you... No further questions, Your Honor, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Ms. Heisler, there was some discuss about all the hairs, and I want to have you explain a common misconception to the jury. Because they may see crime shows where crime analysts are able to provide DNA results after a commercial break. Is that the way it works?
No, it's not. I did look at the hairs under the microscope, and when I determine the suitability, I determine if they're suitable for DNA. I don't notate why they are not suitable. It could not be suitable because there was no root or because it's not a hair. I don't notate that.
And I want to, part of it is I want to explain to the jury that this is this time consuming to do all this DNA analysis?
Yes, it is. It takes multiple days, weeks, months.
And in going through your reports, I know that your first report was authored May 29th of 2020. Is that right?
I don't know what I said, but I was high every day
Yes.
for a whole.
And that your last report was authored July 19th of 2022.
Yes.
And you've been working on it. So, I mean, I want to give the jury an idea that this is not something that is done in 20 minutes or even a day, that this takes weeks, months, years for all the DNA testing that you're doing.
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have,
All right, may this witness be excused? All right, thank you, Ms. Heisler, you're excused.
Doctor, go ahead and introduce yourself to both juries, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert Pytek.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a chief medical examiner.
What's that?
That's
You didn't see it before you gave that description of.
No, sir, I didn't.
All right, having now seen it, does that affect your opinion as to whether or not that description you provided was accurate?
There's no way it can. I was wrong. I mean, at no point was I ever close enough to determine an exact height. It was a guess, something for me to give as an indicator to everybody that was coming to look out for. The most distinct thing that stood out was what the subject was wearing and what he had in his hand.
Okay.
But no, this better gives me a marker of, because if I'm 6'4" and I'm on the right, and these images are pretty much similar, very close in.
So this is the officer we was talking about earlier, who said, "Oh no, I was wrong back then," and he's very clearly trying to lie. It's crazy. He's straight trying to lie on here, but the prosecution did an all right job, but the defense is gonna come and smash all that out.
Height, very close in height, based upon that vehicle as a marker.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
All right, cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
Sorry.
Officer Collins. I could not help but notice, as you are about to take, I guess, a left on Townsend, the subject car, the gray or silver Nissan, is directly in front of you, correct? And we can replay it if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
187?
I remember on Merrill being behind it initially, leaving the parking lot.
That you kind of
So this is the video, and this is not the cop's dash cam. This is the car, the civilian car on the dash cam. So we got the dash cam from the civilian, but no dash cam from the cop car. But here come the cop car. Here he come right now. Skirt, skirt. Cut him off. Then he gonna follow the suspect. And he's still following them. The civilian and randomly in a red car with a dash cam following them. And then there they go. Look, no sirens, no lights, nothing. Follow the car off.
Was that the same Nissan that you saw the person with the rifle get into?
Absolutely.
Right. And the same car?
Absolutely.
Where did you go when you got
Around on him, I got my vehicle turned around and I started going back toward Townsend on Lone Star. I was on Lone Star when I started going to the back of what I thought was the neighborhood that he might have came out on if there was an exit to the neighborhood.
So after you turned around and were going back down Lone Star, you were heading back towards Townsend?
Yes.
And when you got to that intersection of Lone Star and Townsend, what did you see?
So when I got back to Townsend, as I get ready to turn on Townsend, I see that vehicle just pop out and it's gun in it. I mean, they didn't stop. They didn't look at any of the traffic. They had no consideration for the neighborhood that they were in. None of that. They took off, and that vehicle just continued to accelerate.
Was that the same vehicle that you saw leave the shopping plaza on Merrill Road?
Absolutely.
Did you turn onto Townsend?
I did.
And as you were traveling down Townsend, did you see that Nissan do something?
Yes, sir, it crashed.
Okay. Approximately where did it crash?
I think it was the 1200 block of Townsend.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 199. Do you recognize this map, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does this map fairly and accurately depict the Townsend area, that residential neighborhood, and the streets, Townsend, Lone Star?
Yes, sir.
And I want to go to State's 200, which is a closer version of that map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is the top road Lone Star, is that what you were turning off of onto Townsend?
I was.
Okay. And when you saw that Nissan crash in the 1200 block of Townsend, can you show on the map approximately where you were in your patrol vehicle?
So I had to be either in between.
If you touch the screen with your finger.
Okay, I can. Okay. So in between Alderman and Timber Lane, somewhere within here, they popped out of one of either Alderman or Timber Lane, and they, like I said, my consideration was, hey, what if somebody walks out of their neighborhood? What if a vehicle backs out of their driveway? That vehicle had no consideration of that. That vehicle had one thought in mind, not being apprehended. So within that area, I saw that vehicle pop back out on the Townsend Road. I had to be within that area of Alderman and Timber, somewhere in there.
Is that where you were when you saw it, or is that where you were when it crashed?
So I'm not familiar with the area, so I went back to ride the area on one occasion, and I believe I was within that area before you get to Timber, in between Alderman and Timber, probably somewhere around here, where I visually saw that vehicle crash.
And once the vehicle crashed, what happened?
I saw a male get out in all black of the driver's side of the vehicle. And I saw that same subject that had that black and gray hoodie on get out of the passenger side vehicle with that same Draco pistol-style rifle in his hand.
And what?
So keep that in mind now. He said he saw him get out the car with the Draco. He saw the Draco. That's how close he was to see the gun in his hand and to recognize that it was a Draco.
That individual with the rifle in his hand,
or as he said, Draco.
So I parked a great distance from the vehicle because that's what we're trained to do tactically. And I approached the gate not knowing if he was waiting to ambush me or whatever. When I got there, I saw that subject. He had jumped that fence and when I got to the fence, he was jumping the fence in the rear of the residence.
Let me back up for a second. Where were you, about how far away were you when you saw that individual with the rifle getting out of that vehicle and fleeing?
It's hard to determine. I was still driving. I saw them exit that vehicle, and I had not even stopped my vehicle yet. That's how far they were ahead of me.
Okay. And how long of a look did you get of that individual as they fled?
So at no time was I ever close to the subject, and it was a short period of time. It was a glimpse of maybe a second or second and a half. It wasn't long at all.
And did you lose sight of that individual that had the rifle before you stopped your vehicle?
So, yes. And that's when I guess he was climbing the fence. And I can remember some of the units came up on the radio asking if he still had the rifle because I told them that he had jumped the fence. And I remember him still having that rifle and when he jumped that fence.
When you finally stopped your car, got out, and approached that home, where exactly was the individual that had that rifle in his hand that you were?
He was jumping the rear fence.
How long of a look did you get of him at that moment?
Not long at all. I'd say a second and a half. He was in motion. At no time was this subject standing still or not in motion. He was in motion, actively resisting, just trying to get out of the area.
What direction of travel was he going?
So, Mara Road. I believe more of a westerly direction.
Is the next street over Belmead?
It is.
Once you got to the house that he had cleared the back fence, what did you do?
The residents let me inside to go through their house. I jumped the fence, and I got to Belmead, and I had lost sight of him.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you radio his direction of travel to other officers?
Absolutely.
Okay. After coming out on Belmead, did you stay in that area or did you go somewhere else?
FFS said he saw the safety on the Draco, huh? Look at him thinking about it. What did we rehearse?
So, the vehicle crashed. I went back to the vehicle to stay there in case those suspects came back to the vehicle and tried to leave the area.
Did you provide a description of the person you saw run across the street with the rifle?
I did.
Okay. And at the time, do you recall what description you gave?
Basically, the most, I guess, identifiable things, what he was wearing, as well as the rifle, what color it was. And then I tried to give my best determination of height based upon me being nowhere near him at any time.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence.
Here we go with the setup. Here he go trying to set up and preset his lie. He already know that he messing up. Now he trying to clear it up now based upon me this far. But you could tell from a picture though, instead of in person. That's crazy. Once again, shout out to our stream sponsor, Chan Black is Golden. Y'all show her some love. Much love, much love.
Be able to determine his exact height or weight.
But what was the height that you gave as a description?
I believe it was like 5'8" to 5'10", something like that. It was an estimation.
Does 5'5" to 5'8" sound?
Yes, yes.
In the grounds?
Proper refreshing meeting.
Overruled.
Does 5'5" to 5'8" sound?
Yes, sir.
And was that the description you gave that day based on where you were when you saw this individual?
Yes, sir. At no time was I ever in close proximity of this subject. The first time I saw him in the parking lot when the initial shooting took place of the Publix shopping center. I mean, if you know that area, or if you don't, it's the Publix to where the Dunkin' is, that staffing agency, it's a long way. It's nowhere It's not a short distance. So then when I was watching the subject get out the passenger side of the vehicle, I was still driving. And I was still a long way away based upon even where I showed on the map. There was
But I
never
saw
a
the
time
Draco.
that I was right up there on that subject where I can give you a very clear and distinct. Everything I gave, aside from what I was able to visibly determine, which was the best characteristics, was what he was carrying in his hand and what he was wearing.
Let me showing you what's in evidence, State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize this, the vehicle in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same vehicle that you chased or followed from the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same vehicle that you saw the individual with the rifle flee out of?
Yes, sir.
And that was the same individual you saw get into that vehicle at the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were waiting by that vehicle, did someone approach you?
They did.
All right. And was that a civilian?
Yes, sir.
That would be the right front.
And do you recall
the
or did you
right
find out
left,
what that
excuse
person's
me,
name
the right
was?
left side.
Barbara
Front.
Buckley.
Okay, all right.
And what was the purpose of her approaching you?
So there was another lady that I'm not sure who she was. She came up to me, and it was another officer. She came up to, we were there at the vehicle, and she said, "Hey, my neighbor, someone has been holding her hostage in her house for over an hour." She said 2 subjects had, and she said they changed clothes in her residence. And as she was telling us this, Barbara Buckley was running down the sidewalk in complete disarray and exhausted. She fell at our feet, just so overwhelmed. And she began to give me the account of the subjects holding her hostage in her residence and them changing clothes and them leaving the residence. And she said it was a orange colored vehicle, that orange or red, that came and picked them up. And she said it was either a Challenger or a Charger type vehicle, and that they got into that vehicle and left the residence.
Did you relay that information to other officers?
I put it out on the radio. Yes, sir.
And did detectives take over that investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did you help maintain a perimeter around that Nissan until other officers got there to take over?
I did. Subject that I saw when I got to that fence that was jumping that rear fence toward Balmead.
Now, this is at 11:03:27. Did it take some time for you to actually come into view on this camera?
It did.
Go 11:05:55. Still states 190.
They way in the back, y'all.
Do you
Hold
recognize
on,
that
let me
individual?
see.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, oh, they got it. There we go.
How tall are you?
6'4".
So this is what they using. This video here is what they using to change his description and say, "Oh, he was taller." Never mind. Not the whole time I was chasing him and all this stuff. From
still
this
states
video, I
190.
changed my description.
Do you recognize the individuals in this still shot from the video?
I do.
And who are they?
On the right is the subject with the black, and with correction, on the left is the subject with the black and gray hoodie. And on the right, that's me. And if you use that vehicle, I guess as a...
Well, looking at this video, let me ask you this. Looking at this video, having been at that area at that date and time, do you believe your description that you put out was correct?
Objection. Sir, I was wrong.
Okay, just a minute, sir.
I was wrong.
Just a minute, sir. Thank you. What's the objection?
Come sidebar.
All right, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar.
Absolutely.
Did the vehicle stop?
No, sir, it accelerated.
How fast did that Nissan get up to?
I can remember one time looking at my dad.
My bad. I gotta go to the next clip. Yeah, man. This dude right here is a crazy one. It's crazy how quick and easy they be to lie to make themselves look good, and then how quick and easy they be to lie to make you look bad.
Officer Collins,
Like, damn. Here
having
go Cross.
now seen this video, you didn't see it before you gave that description of.
No, sir, I didn't.
All right, having now seen it, does that affect your opinion as to whether or not that description you provided was accurate?
There's no way it can't. I was wrong. I mean, at no point was I ever close enough to determine an exact.
Oh wait, this might still be
It was in.
This might still be prosecution. It might not be Cross yet, but that's when he's saying I was wrong based on the video.
Something for me to give as an indicator to everybody that was coming to look out for. The most distinct thing that stood out was what the subject was wearing and what he had in his hand.
Okay.
But no, this better gives me a marker of, because if I'm 6'4" and I'm on the right, and these images are pretty much similar, very close in height, based upon that vehicle as a marker.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
Sorry.
Officer Collins. I could not help but notice as you are about to take, I guess, a left on Townsend, the subject car, the gray or silver Nissan, is directly in front of you, correct? And we can replay it if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
I thought he was looking at a TV or something. What he was looking at up there? So now here go the Cross right here. This is Whitaker's attorney, Scotty's attorney.
Thanks.
187.
I remember on Merrill being behind it initially, leaving the parking lot.
That you kind of described that there was a red truck that you kind of somewhat had to cut off to get behind the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Brown Sugar Babe, what up though? Appreciate you joining, family.
And I know we know now that that actually was Mr. Kruger's car who had the dash cam, correct?
I'm not sure his name, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That was the dash cam from the vehicle.
And you recognize your own car?
I do.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, I did it.
Yeah, I can get out.
Now?
I can get out of it, and then you can play with it how you want. Just click play, and you click around.
Regards to that. So you're coming out of Publix. I'm going to assume, and I shouldn't, you probably got a sub or chicken at Publix for lunch?
A wrap.
Okay. And so you're coming out, you're in your normal patrol uniform because you were working off duty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're going to your patrol car, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the first thing you hear is, if I remember correctly, is it almost sounded like a car was backfiring, correct?
Distant. Yes, ma'am. I heard just what sounded like a vehicle backfiring in the very distant. Yes.
And then the next thing you notice is you're describing this person running in some kind of gray and black sweatsuit, but with a large gun, correct?
So I heard what sounded like a vehicle backfiring. Then I heard a series of rapid fire coming from what I know is a rifle.
Okay.
And then I see a subject with black and gray hoodie running toward a vehicle, getting in a silver Nissan on the passenger side.
Correct. And so at this point, when you jump in your car, several things have already happened, correct? You've heard shots, correct?
Listen, yes, ma'am, that's one.
That happened.
That happened.
Okay. You've heard not just one shot, but multiple shots, correct?
Right.
You, based on your extensive experience and training, you understand that to be from a high-powered rifle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. and then you physically see what, even from that far distance, you believe is a Draco rifle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at that point, you know there's been some type of shooting, correct?
Something bad's happened.
Okay. And then you're behind this car that you see him jump into.
Yes, ma'am.
This person with the large Draco.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're behind them, and they're actually stopped, correct?
They hesitated.
Okay.
They hadn't broken any traffic laws at that point.
But you just watched a gunman get in the car.
Right. I didn't watch the crime.
Bruh.
I heard what was a rifle rapid fire.
Okay.
I absolutely didn't see the crime. But what I do know, like I said, something bad at 11 o'clock has happened without even knowing what it was that had happened.
And obviously you knew it wasn't a fellow officer, right?
No, it wasn't. No.
This wasn't an undercover car. You recognize this as a subject car.
Well, I knew that a crime occurred. I mean, yes, I knew a crime.
And you knew it was at felony level, correct?
It was I think I put out on the radio, it was a 3388, which is a person shooting, aggravated shooting, yes, with a weapon.
Okay. But as we've established from the video, when you're making that left-hand turn and going through the parking lot yourself, you don't have your lights and sirens.
So per our policy, we can pursue a vehicle without initiating our lights. I'm still trying to determine what I had. So when they begin to travel at a high rate of speed to get away from me, that began a pursuit. Okay. At that point, it was not a pursuit. I was following the vehicle.
And that's when you turned on your lights.
When I initiated the pursuit, I did.
Okay.
At that point, I was just following the vehicle, which per our policy, we're able to do that.
Okay. And so then you get into this residential area, and we've seen some videos of you after you've gotten out of your car, you're still looking for suspects, correct?
So.
Yes or no, sir?
I'm trying to make sure that I answer your question correctly.
Question's real simple.
Okay.
Were you looking for suspects?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ultimately, though, go back to your car on Townsend, right?
Go back to the vehicle where the subjects had exited, not my car.
Okay, so the Altima that actually crashed on Townsend Boulevard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And fairly close to the Buckley home, correct?
The house was a little, I don't know exactly how many houses it was. It wasn't the next house.
Sure, but within your eye distance.
It was a distance down the sidewalk. I don't have an exact address or numerical that I can give you or a accurate distance that it is. So I don't have that.
Okay, fair enough. But your role at that time is to start holding a perimeter, correct?
My role was to stay at that vehicle, and I think I mentioned it already, to make sure that the suspects didn't come back to that vehicle to possibly leave the area. I was on my radio getting units in place to do the perimeter of the area. That wasn't my role.
Okay. Ultimately, a perimeter is set up, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a perimeter, for our jurors so they can understand, is when you know of a geographic area that you believe suspects may be in, you try to actually put officers on the perimeter of that geographic area in hopes that you'll capture the suspects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's what happened in this case, correct?
We set up a perimeter.
Okay. And you personally stayed on Townsend, correct?
At the vehicle.
At that car, making sure that the suspects didn't try to come back to that car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you never saw an orange Dodge Challenger, did you?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see the getaway car move right past you.
And you think there were two people that exited out of that Altima?
Initially.
Okay.
That's what I saw. But I've seen video since that proves that there were 3 people in that vehicle.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross for Mr. Robinson.
Now it's about to go down. Here we go. He about to come at him. It ain't gonna be quite the same with this one.
Now, officer, let's explain the stage. Let's imagine this courtroom is a shopping plaza, okay? The Publix is up in the northeast corner, right?
So the Publix, if we're on Merrill Road, the Publix is here.
All right, so we'll say that the Publix is up there, right?
Right.
Well,
now your car is parked a little bit ways away. It's a little bit from the Publix, right?
It's in a parking spot in the parking lot.
But it's not right out in front.
No, it's not right in front of the store. I had to run to my vehicle.
All right. Now you sprinted to your vehicle, right?
I ran to my vehicle.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Sir?
Do you remember giving a deposition in 2021?
I mean, running.
I'm talking. It's my time. It's my time.
Is it the same to you, running and sprinting?
Yes, sir.
All right, now you ran track and field, right? Are you unsure if you ran track and field?
35 years ago.
But you ran track and field?
35 years ago.
All right. In this case happened 5 years ago, correct?
Sir? 5 years ago.
Your money.
Yeah. This case.
My question to you is, you ran track and field. And the answer is yes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you ran, sprinted to your vehicle. And you did that because you heard those gunshots, right?
I did that because I'm a police officer and I have a duty to enforce the law.
And you have a lot of experience. You have almost a quarter of a century experience in law enforcement, correct?
Been with the agency for 24 years.
And because of that, you have experience in these high-stress situations, right?
Everybody doesn't have a high-stress situation during their career.
But you have.
I have.
You've seen people be shot.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody get shot.
Would it refresh your recollection to read your deposition from 2021? Would it help your memory?
I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of there. I was at done anything.
I've been in scenes where people have been shot.
Have you, officer?
I've been in scenes where people have been shot.
Have you seen people murdered before? Yes.
I've been in scenes where people have been murdered before.
All right. And you've been in active shooter type situations, right?
I have.
All right. That's different than the regular civilian. You're trained for these situations.
We go through active shooter training.
So not only do you have training through the department, but you also have training on the job in these situations, in high stress situations. Yes or no?
Are you asking me if I've ever been in one, or you're saying training and then you're?
Let's break it up for you. Let's break it up. When you were in the academy, you were trained how to be a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your decades on the force, you have experienced high stress situations like seeing somebody murdered.
TSC, what up, though? You see this? Look at him. Look, he thinking again. Look.
I don't know if you can relate. I mean,
that's not my question. My question is,
have I ever seen anybody get murdered? The answer is no.
Your Honor, page 21, lines 11 through 19. Question, I think it's probably fair that your adrenaline was pumping. Answer, your answer. I mean, it's an experience that you can't explain. I've seen people murdered before while working, and I've experienced auditory inclusion. I've been in that full mad shooting, active shooter type situation. It's something you can't explain to people where they will understand what happens with the body during that time, honestly.
Okay.
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
So you have a different level of experience than the common person.
I think I've been in some situations where other people haven't, that are in law enforcement. And the determination I didn't see Charles McCormick get murdered, but I know something bad happened. I've been in situations where people were shot. I didn't see them get shot, but later I found out that they were murdered.
You said, I've seen people get murdered. That's what you said, right?
That's me basing it off of what happened when the person shot into a crowd. Me later finding out a lot of people that die, they don't die right away. Okay? Sometimes they die over time, they die at the hospital. I've seen people get shot, later determined that they were murdered.
What we're talking about here is your ability to react and focus in these situations. You're trained to handle these situations. That's why you ran, you sprinted to your car, you jumped in it, right?
I ran and sprinted in my vehicle
because of your
pursuit of vehicle that was leaving the parking lot of the Publix shopping plaza.
Because you're trained to react in those situations, right?
Yes.
And you were so quick that you were able to get up right behind the vehicle before it left the parking lot, right? We saw it in the video.
I was able to get behind the vehicle before it entered on the Merrill Road.
Now, you were in uniform that day, just like you are now, right?
Yes, sir.
You had your radio on you.
Yes, sir.
There was somebody, and now at this point, you know that it was a shooter. You just said that it was a horrible situation. This person is running with a Draco-style gun through neighborhoods, right?
Are you talking about the Merrill Road shopping plaza? Because you said neighborhoods. You said I'm behind the vehicle before exiting onto Merrill Road. And then you started talking about a neighborhood.
So let's break it down for you again. You follow the vehicle crashes, you talk to Mr. Cooper about it. One jumps out, runs west, one runs east, right?
Yes, sir.
You chase the one that goes west because you believe that that was the person that did the shooting, right?
That was the person that I saw with the rifle running, getting in the passenger side of the vehicle that had the same clothing description and the weapon was the same that I saw.
Yes. Officer, my only question is, that person jumps out and they run west, correct?
Yes.
And you chase him?
Yes.
Using your track and field legs, your long 6'4" legs, you chase after him?
35 years ago? Yes, sir.
Are you saying that you are now in poor health?
I didn't say that. I just said that I can't relate what happened 35 years ago to 5 years ago. Everything changes over time.
I'm not saying that you are a track and field star now like you were then. What I am saying is that you used to run track and field. Your answer is yes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're in uniform. You have your radio. This person with...
You see how difficult they... Hey, look, they teaching you how to answer questions in court. This is what you do. You question every one of their questions. You bring your own question or your own explanation of it. Don't answer nothing. That's exactly what they do. They be skating around every single question.
The firearm is running through neighborhoods with family and children, right?
It's a residential area that I saw the subject running into, yes.
And because of your calls, this is a calls out over the radio to all of your colleagues. A perimeter is set up to catch this person, right?
At some point, yes, sir. Not initially.
There's multiple helicopters overhead.
I don't know about multiple, but we had the air unit come to the scene.
They had drones in the air trying to find the person?
I don't think we had drones at the time, but...
And you put out over the radio the description of the people that you saw?
I did.
Now, Mr. Cooper asked you for your answer as to the height of the shooter, and your original answer was 5'8" to 5'10". Do you remember what you said on that day in the heat of the moment over your radio?
I believe it was 5'8" to 5'10".
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the CAD notes?
That was a estimation
Officer,
of what I saw. So there's no time that I was ever close to that subject. Everything that you see from a distance is not accurate when you're talking about height. There was no time that I wasn't a great distance away from the subject in the Publix plaza, nor when they
So basically, you saying when y'all chasing people down, you giving inaccurate descriptions?
were exiting the vehicle. I was still driving and I was at a distance. I wasn't parked. I wasn't up on the vehicle. There was never a time that vehicle wasn't accelerating away from me.
Officer, I'm going to cut
So I never had an opportunity to look at that person like I'm looking at you or be this close at any time. So that was an estimate or a guess for me to put out some information as well as with
But yet you was close enough to see the Draco.
the clothing and the weapon for pursuing officers that were setting up a perimeter or that was coming toward the scene.
Officer, I didn't ask you to explain the answer that you haven't given us to us yet. And that is what it is you put out over the radio that day. Do you remember?
I told you I believe it was 5'8" to 5'10".
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the call action detail notes from that day? Would it help your memory if you looked at
I don't have a problem with that, but
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Okay.
I could see the Draco very clear. It had a brown handle. It was but how tall he was? No, I wasn't close enough to see how tall he was. I assumed it was 5'8" to 5'10", and everything else shows 5'8" to 5'10", but they wanted to be 6 feet and up, so we gonna make it 6 feet and up. We gotta make our own.
5, 6, 8, 6. No. Sir.
Read it to himself. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm talking.
Make me.
It's my time. It's my time.
Officer, you put out over the radio that day that the person that you chased on foot was 5'5" to 5'9", correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said on that day?
I did.
All right. Now, you said a moment ago that you didn't have an opportunity to see the person. So let's break that down.
I didn't say I didn't have an opportunity to see.
I haven't asked you the question yet, sir. The person jumps out of the vehicle and they run west. You get out of your vehicle and you chase. You see that person clear a fence, right?
I saw him run toward the fence. I was in my vehicle still driving.
So your testimony
when I got to that fence, that subject was jumping a fence in the rear of the residence.
So your testimony is not that you jumped out of your vehicle, that you gave chase, that you actually cut through somebody's home and you chased him through one backyard.
I went through a residence to the backyard of that same residence that the subject jumped the fence, and I jumped the fence. The question in reference to what I put out on the radio, that video that had that marker of that vehicle, I was wrong in my height description. I was putting out just information for those that were coming. That was absolutely a mistake.
Officer, I'm not asking you to explain your testimony.
Well, you asked me about the height, so I was giving you...
I need you to focus on my question.
Okay.
Okay? And we're talking about now fences and you chasing him.
Okay.
You jumped out of your vehicle. You chased him through one backyard, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him jump a fence in that backyard.
Yes.
And then you went up to that fence yourself, right?
I went up to the first fence and I jumped the rear fence.
All right. So you, as a trained officer, you see somebody jump a fence, sort of like this podium. I'm not saying it's the same height, but you go up to it. So you have a point of reference where you can say, I saw this guy, this shooter, next to this fence, and I walked up to it myself. The question hasn't been asked.
Okay.
You had a point of reference, correct? The fence.
No, I didn't have a point of reference.
You just said that you saw him jump over the fence. You just said...
Jumped the fence in the rear of the residence.
Bruh.
I understand that, but you saw, just like you can see me standing at this podium, you saw him next to that fence.
I didn't see him next to the fence. I saw him jumping the fence. At no time was he not in motion that I ever saw him. Every time I saw him, he was accelerating away from me, either just trying to avoid apprehension.
All right. Now, getting back to the apprehension situation. So again, you have a shooter that's running around neighborhoods. JSO is trying to find this person, and you can give a description of what it is you remember best. In the description that you give, BM, that stands for black male, right?
Yes, sir.
Gray hoodie, black sleeve, black sweatpants, right?
If I remember the black sweatshirt with the gray in it, yes, sir, and the rifle, the black rifle.
Now, you read this. There's nothing in there.
I seen y'all type that earlier. Who was that? FFS? The black. I seen the black. Black hoodie.
About a Draco-style firearm, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just saw one highlighted line that you told me to focus on.
Do you want to read it again?
The whole thing. Is that the whole, is that everything? Because I remember putting out on the radio, I don't know if the, so that you're reading is someone's typing. That's not the call that I voiced out on the radio. That's just someone as possibly like a court reporter that's trying to capture everything that's being said. I don't know if they captured everything or not.
Officer,
I know what I saw though.
Officer, so when you call out over your radio, there's dispatch. All of this is recorded. And somebody that works for JSO takes down these notes. These notes are important, and they take those down, right? It's not a court.
Now he's saying they took down the wrong notes. They didn't hear me correctly. I can't vouch for what they wrote down.
Court reporter, it's somebody that works at your department, right?
That's human that can make mistakes, yes.
Are you saying that they made a mistake?
I don't know.
All right. So these are also, this is something that's done, it's kept in the regular course of business, right?
What's kept in the regular course of business?
So anytime you're talking over the radio, these CAD notes are produced. You know that in your 20 years of experience.
CAD notes, they document whatever the call taker received from the phone, from the caller.
Let's get back to the topic of the height. Nowhere in your call, whether it's the recorded call or the actual notes, do you say, could be 5'5" to 5'9", I'm not sure. You don't say you're not sure, right?
It's always a guess. I've never been trained in determining people's height. At no time was I close to this subject. Every time I've seen this subject, it was at a great distance. And I think it's fair to say that.
Hold the fuck on. What did he just say? He never been trained in what? So one of your most important roles as an officer, right? One of your most important roles is to give a description. And you gonna tell me that you've never been trained or that you don't know how to give a proper description or an accurate description, and that's your main job? So how many people have got arrested from your untrained description?
Anytime you're looking at something from a distance, it's not going to be accurate.
Officer, you said a moment ago to this jury that what you're giving are the things that stand out to you most because you want to find this person. You didn't have to give a height at all. You could have said that there's a black male running through neighborhoods wearing this type sweatshirt. You could have left it at that, right?
Yes, sir.
But you confined it to a certain 4 inches. That's what you chose to do, right?
That was my estimation or guess.
All right. Now, very shortly thereafter, you had a conversation with Detective Gibson, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told Detective Gibson, quote,
Objection, Judge.
impeachment.
Okay. Overruled.
You told Detective Gibson, a homicide detective, quote unquote, 2 black males fled from the vehicle on foot in an eastern direction while the black male Officer Collins originally saw with a firearm fled westbound on foot, still in possession of a firearm. He described him as slender, 5'5" to 5'8" in height, wearing a black and gray hoodie and black sweatpants. He shrunk an inch.
I don't even remember what our conversation was. Did I write that?
Hear my question again, officer. Hear my question again. you had a conversation with a detective that was investigating this case, and you said that to him, yes or no?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your
I talked to a detective. I've talked to officers. I talked to several detectives that day. If I wrote it, then I said it. But if I didn't write it, I can't verify that, sir.
So are you saying no, you didn't say it, yes, you didn't say it, or you're not sure?
I'm saying that if I didn't write it, I can't say that I said it or did it.
There you go. Look, there go another one. Y'all can use that in court. If I didn't write it, I didn't say it. I don't care what the recording say. I don't care what nobody else said. If I didn't write it, I didn't say it.
If I wrote it, then I have no problem vouching for what I said. I talked to several detectives, and I talked to several officers that day.
Should we just talk to Detective Gibson?
If I wrote it, I can verify it.
So your answer is you have no memory if you said this or not to Detective Gibson?
It was 5 years ago.
I understand, but my question to you is the same. Do you have...
Not sure.
All right. So... today you were asked a question by Mr. Cooper as to the height, right? And originally you said the 5'8" to 5'10". He then came back and said, wasn't it actually 5'5" to, I think it was 5'5" to 5'9", so he corrected you. In February of 2021, when we took that deposition, and I asked you the question of the height of the person that you saw, you said you didn't know, right?
And it's the same thing I'm saying now. There's no time that I was close enough to determine an accurate height. At no point was I close. And I think it's fair to say that anything distant from us is very hard to capture as far as being accurate.
Officer, in 2021, February of 2021, basically a year after this happened, not 5 years like today, did I ask you, yes or no, the height of the person you chased? Did I ask you that question?
Yes.
Was your answer no?
Can I see it? You have it?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition?
Sure, thanks.
Got it, 1 second, get a page in line.
It ain't your money. It ain't your money.
Page 29, the whole middle of the page.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, officer, do me a favor. Take a look at you can read the whole page.
What do you need me to read?
To yourself.
Yeah, read that to yourself here.
Thank you.
Yeah, read that to yourself. I will ask a question.
Which part, the highlighted or?
The highlighted, but feel free to read the whole page if you want.
Sweetie! Sweetie! You saw it.
Did that refresh your memory?
Okay.
Your exhibit 2, the one that you had at the end of the direct.
Officer, did I ask you the question 12 months after the shooting, can you make an estimate on the height of the person?
You asked me in reference to the Nissan vehicle, and I told you no. That's what that says, and that's what I said.
Yeah, thank you. Officer, the person that got into the Nissan Altima was the person that you saw do the shooting, right?
You asked me, that parking lot,
What you talking about,
you
Willis?
know where the Dunkin' Donuts is and that staffing agency versus the entrance exit of that Publix, that distance is probably close to a football field in distance. It's a long way. I'm not able to give you an accurate height based upon that.
Your Honor, I
Nissan Altima
apologize
light.
for interrupting
Okay.
the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
Officer, please hear my question. My question to you is in February of 2021, where you asked the question in deposition as to the height and the weight of the person that you chased that you believe was a shooter.
Is that what you just showed me?
I can show you the whole deposition.
No, I'm asking you because
I ask the questions here. It's not the other way around.
No, I'm trying to verify what you're asking me so I can accurately answer.
All right. The person that you saw get into the Ultimate, that was the person you believed to be the shooter, right?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you the height of that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was no. I can't give you that answer.
Yes, sir. What you just showed me.
Okay. Same thing.
But you told me. You asked also. You're leaving out because you're not telling.
Why was it so hard to say that? Why is you running in circles, fighting so hard to get out of this answer? That boy running.
And the whole.
Counsel, why don't you read the question as asked and the answers as given on lines 7 through 13, if that's what you're attempting to do.
So, Your Honor, the next reference and the better one that I can give is page 22, starting at line 6. Question, best description that you can provide. You've already given us the clothing in regards to two-tone, but anything else you can tell us about the suspect? Answer from you, the one with the rifle. Question, yes. Answer, I think you took red. I saw the black rifle, gray and black two-tone hoodie on, pretty much it. Question, okay, I didn't know if you had any kind of estimate on height, weight, race, anything like that. Answer, no. It was hard to determine.
What you talking about, Willis?
You said that, right?
Yes, if I were.
Right. So February of 2021, you were not able to give a height and weight estimate.
When I gave.
Yes or no?
When I gave it, I was. But it was based upon the distance that I had a glimpse, short, less than probably a second and a half or less, of seeing this subject from a distance, second and a half, maybe, at any given time. Awesome. But the video that's up now, where it references this vehicle near Belmead, I'm 6'4". This subject is closer to my height than I initially stated, sir.
Officer, and that's the point that we're getting at. In February of 2021, you were asked the question on height and weight. You had no information. Yes or no?
I did have information.
No. When you were asked in deposition, the question we just...
I said, no, I couldn't accurately give it to you.
4 years later, we're sitting in a courtroom and you're asked the question by the prosecutor, and your answer is, well, I can tell you. You didn't go back out to the scene, did you? You didn't go out there and measure anything.
I'm looking at the vehicle.
I understand.
And there's still photos. It's not moving.
Officer.
It's not moving.
You can't tell what type vehicle that is, can you? What type vehicle is it, make and model?
I don't think I need to determine what kind of vehicle it is. I think I need to be able to determine based upon my height and the height of the subject from the roof of that vehicle.
So you're making your estimate, that little tiny image that flies by that car, not knowing what type of car it is, but knowing how tall you are, not knowing if he's standing closer to the vehicle or not, to make that estimate.
I'm basing that off of the still image, sir.
All right. Now, no testimony in 2021, but today here, you're able to say, I was wrong about everything, and you want to know what? He was taller, right?
Looking at these pictures, yes, sir, he was absolutely closer to my height.
And the only thing that you've done in between the deposition in 2021 and the testimony here today changing it, you didn't go out there, you didn't measure anything, but you met with them, right? You met with them before you testified.
I think everybody does.
Yeah, and they corrected your testimony just like they did here today.
No, they showed me this video.
Okay, just a minute, sir. There's an objection.
That was not...
Sir, when there's an objection, you need to stop speaking. Thank you. State, what's your ground?
It's argumentative.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection. Let's just ask a question, answer the question, ask a question, answer the question. That's how a trial proceeds. So, counsel, you may proceed.
You sat down with them and talked about your testimony here today, specifically you saying that you were wrong about the height to make it fit my client.
They presented this photo to me, sir, as still image, and I was able to determine that I was wrong in my estimation of the height, that this height was closer to mine.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Collins, having now seen this video,
Crazy stuff right there. We're going to go about 30 more minutes, and then I'm going to start off right now, and we're going to end with a little bit of Butter testimony. And then later on tonight, I come back and we'll play the full Butter testimony, maybe around 6:30 or 7. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. You know what it is. Appreciate y'all, family.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
So yeah, we just gonna cover a little bit of this where we left off with the last one. Oh, I gotta pull it up. That's on the other screen. My bad, y'all. There we go. And then and we gonna wrap it up with butter, a little bit of butter, just a little bit.
Is this Mr. McCormick after the clothing was taken off?
Yes, it is.
Do we note significant injury to his head and face?
So
Yes.
this is the coroner right here.
State's Exhibit 152, is that chin injury that we previously saw in the identification photo?
Correct. This is an entrance gunshot wound to the left cheek.
And how can you tell it's an entrance versus an exit?
So an entrance usually has a small abrasion margin surrounding the edges.
And so you can tell from your
fault.
training.
Hold on. I forgot about the time difference. It's 3:30 for me right now. It's about to be 3:30. I forgot about the time difference. I'm in Mountain Time.
Experience and education that this is
So
an
that'll
entrance
be
wound.
about 4 hours, 3.5 or 4 hours from now.
Correct.
And you can say that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 153, what are we looking at here?
This is the corresponding exit wound to that previous entrance wound.
And you can tell that based on your education, training, and experience.
Correct.
So the measurement things here, is that just to document the size of the wounds?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 154, what are we looking at here? We're not going to dwell on this one, but what are we looking at?
This is an exit wound to the top.
Also, I already got it scheduled, and I'm redirect to it after this ends, so you can hit the notification bell when it go to it, or you could go do it now, or you can wait till this end and it'll redirect you straight there, and then we'll be good to go. And it'll show you whatever time. If you go to my channel, it's already set up, so it'll show you your time zone for whatever time it start. But it's 7 for me, or 6:30 maybe. I might start early.
Right portion of the head.
So the nature of that significant wound, doctor, does that give you an opinion about the type of ammunition that was used to shoot, or the type of rifle or firearm that was used to shoot Mr. McCormick?
Yes, when I take a look at the entrance wound.
We're going to see that in a little bit, but go ahead.
Yes, and compare it to the exit wound. Certain types of ammunition produce characteristic wounds.
And what?
Do you remember giving a deposition? In this case, the same one that we're talking.
Factual lie. What up, though? Replay crew. I'll be seeing you. Appreciate you, family. Glad to actually be able to say what's up in person every now and then. So what's up, Factual lie? I just had to say that. Let's get back to it.
Talking about the one I had referenced before. The deposition was in May of 2023, right? Yes. You only given one deposition in this case, right? Yes. Okay. And the deposition, as we said, we were all there. You were there to answer questions about what it was that you knew in this case, right? Correct. That was 3 years after the incidents that you say that you're testifying to today, right? Correct. And now we're here 5 years later, right? Correct. Okay. And in that deposition, Court and Counsel, page 86.
So real quick before we get to Butter, this one she talking to right here, this was supposed to be the one they sent to go and pick up Hakeem and help him get away from the police. This is the one who's saying she picked him up.
No, 1 second, Judge.
Come on on now. Talk, lady. Didn't I skip this part? There we go.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'll go back to that. I'm going to go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Let me switch over to now because you are able to testify to what Hakeem Robinson looked like back then, right? Yeah. Okay? And you described him. You described him as not skinny, right?
No, he had like a little weight. He wasn't like slim, you know what I mean? He had a little
weight on him. He was a big guy, right? Back then, in 2020.
I wouldn't say he was fat or anything, but he wasn't like skinny. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain.
He's not skinny.
Yeah.
He wasn't slim.
Yeah.
He wasn't slender. Right?
Chad Ma Black is Golden said he was slim thick. He wasn't skinny, he was slim thick.
Right?
He's not skinny, bony, but he was still like slim. You know what I mean?
So your testimony today is now that he's like skinny?
It's
he
not,
was back then?
No, he's not like, you know, some people are real skinny, right? You got bony.
Mm-hmm.
And you got people that are like slim, but that's not like skinny. You know what I mean? Like bony is skinny.
Okay, but he had weight on him. That's the words you just used. You went like this, like to say he had a belly on him, right?
No, I don't know if he had no, I don't believe he had a belly on him.
Okay, and you described him as 6'2", 6'3", right?
I don't know if I don't believe I gave his height. I don't know his height.
He's big, right?
He's taller than me.
How tall are you?
4'11".
He's bigger than Torgon, right?
Yeah, Torgan.
How tall is Torgon?
I don't know.
How tall is, you don't know how tall your boyfriend was?
He's short.
Okay. How about Kareem? Is he tall?
He's like medium. He's not really tall.
You know someone by the name of Chris Brown?
No.
Close friends with Dominique Barno?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Look, you know she lying how quick she said no. Because anybody who was telling the truth would have been like, what you mean, Chris Brown a singer? I know a singer named Chris Brown. She's just off top. No, I don't know no Chris Browns.
Now you say you go, you pick him up. You don't know anything. You don't ask any questions. You say that this person, the shooter, who you claim is Hakeem Robinson, jumps in the back seat of your car, right?
Correct.
Did you see him with any phones in his hands?
No.
Okay, no phones.
No.
No idea how that person would have been communicating with everybody else to find out where he is, right?
I didn't see a phone.
Okay, didn't say a word to you in the car, right?
No.
And you said there were no calls coming in on the phone that you had, right?
When I pulled in like the apartments and I was making a U-turn, a phone call did come in, and it was Hakeem telling me like, I'm over here, come back. And that's when I was turning to go back.
So now your testimony is that a call came in from the shooter who you say is Hakeem Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
So he must have had a phone.
Yeah.
Right? And it came onto Kareem's phone, and what did it say on the screen?
I can't remember that. I don't know if it was like I don't know what type of call it was.
So you don't know if a phone number came up?
I can't remember that, no.
If it's a FaceTime, a face would come up, right?
I don't know, because a phone number can come up too. I don't know. In a FaceTime call.
But there's a call,
you are
right?
a liar.
Yes.
It should be reflected on Kareem Robinson's records somehow, right?
Yeah.
Because you're testifying that it happened.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have just been magical for you to figure out where the shooter was, right? He had to let you know where he was.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he gets in the car, you pick him up, you don't ask any questions, you drive back to your house, right?
Correct.
Sat in silence, no, nothing, right?
Correct. I had the music up, but yeah, I had the music on.
You guys listening to music together? Okay. Then you go back to your house, right?
Correct.
Go back into your home, right?
Correct.
And fall asleep, right?
I go back to sleep, yeah.
Go back to sleep. So you now are not a witness to anything else that happens for the rest of the day, right?
No.
You didn't get a pin drop from Dominique Barner asking you and Torgon to pick him up from a woman's house?
No.
Okay. If Dominique Barner comes in and says that, he'd be lying?
Yeah, I don't.
You weren't stopped by police, which is why you and Torgon couldn't pick up Dominique Barner from that house?
No.
Okay. You were asleep at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the only time you were awake for that day was for you to get up, right?
Correct.
Not ask any questions, right?
Correct.
Go pick up a stranger, basically, to you, Hakeem Robinson, right?
Well, I know he's not a stranger, but yeah, I know.
Because he's famous. You know who he is, right?
Well, I know he's because he's Torgan's cousin. Yeah.
And you also know him as KSOO, been to his music videos, all of that, right?
Okay.
Okay, you go pick him up, don't ask any questions, go back to your house and fall asleep, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that allows you to say, I didn't know anything, I didn't help anybody do anything, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that you can't get charged with accessory.
Yeah, I guess.
No, you can't.
I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
You can't get charged with accessory. You know why? Out there where they at, when the court subpoena you to testify, you automatically get immunity. You get automatic immunity out there. We're gonna play it. I think it's either on this one or it might be the next video tonight. We might play that where she say that. But yeah, so that's why when they come to testify by subpoena, it's automatic immunity.
No further questions, Judge.
Police court.
Yes.
Ms. Gant, you were asked about meeting with the state attorney's office, right? And in connection to your husband also being arrested in 2022, is that right? By defense counsel, you were asked about your husband being arrested in 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in December of 2022,
Correct.
right? And isn't it true that you met with the state and law enforcement and provided information on this case 8 months before your husband was arrested
Correct.
and became a witness
Correct.
and provided a sworn statement?
Correct.
And in that sworn statement, did you provide the same information that you've testified to here today?
Yes.
And after that meeting with that recorded sworn statement, did you and your lawyer actually drive law enforcement out to the apartment complex where you picked Hakeem Robinson up?
Yes.
And you identified that apartment complex, the same one that we've all seen photos of here today, for law enforcement that day?
Yes.
You took us there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you were asked quite a bit about not coming forward on your own, right?
Yeah.
Don't really want to be here today, do you?
No.
And is there some concern in the culture, on the street, about snitching?
What's the grounds?
In the
Overruled.
culture? What you mean in the culture? And whose culture? Every culture has fucking snitch problems with snitches. They have Italian mobsters. They don't like snitches. What about that culture? What culture are you talking about, sir?
You can answer, Ms. Kent.
Yes.
Okay. And are you concerned for your own safety?
Yes.
And did you know better than to ask too many?
Even the police culture. Do you know the blue code? The one that y'all get away with all the police brutality, all the stuff y'all doing. What about that culture? Do y'all have a no snitching policy in that culture, sir?
Too many questions.
Yes.
And not long after that, you and Torgon broke up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused? Yes. All right, thank you, Ms. Gant. You're excused and free to go, ma'am.
You ain't even take it so. Shooting Glock in air.
Whoops. Hold on. Whoopsie.
What kind of Glock is in your hand? It's a 23.
My bad.
Mr. Coroner, what does the lyric "smoking on Willie" mean?
Okay, if he knows, but otherwise,
If you know, what does the lyric "smoking on Willie" mean?
You smoking on a dead person.
Is that a good thing?
No, it's a bad.
My bad. So here go Butter right here. This is Butter, the long awaited, the one who put it all together OG Butter. Here you go right here, though. His testimony. We're going to play a little bit of it, then we're going to wrap it up for today, and we're going to come back and play his full testimony tonight.
Was, excuse me, Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, aware of this song?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Were they upset over that song?
Yes, sir.
After you heard the song, did you attempt to reach out to Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how did you do that?
Through my fake page.
And why did you do that?
Basically to tell him like what he was doing wasn't cool.
Was, to your knowledge, Charles McCormick involved in any way in the shooting of Willie Addison?
No, sir.
What does it mean on the street if someone's described as soft?
Like,
Sweetie!
You soft. Street.
Okay. Was Charles McCormick known as soft?
Yes, sir.
Towards the end of 2019, were you able to find out where Charles McCormick was living?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get that information?
Through CORE.
Say that again?
Through CORE.
And what is CORE?
It's a website for like public information.
Is it the clerk's public website?
Yes, sir.
And on that public website, what did you find that provided some of the information you were looking for?
I had seen that McCormick got pulled over, and it showed his address on his license. It showed his car and his license plate.
So when you say he got pulled over, did he receive any type of citation?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
So this is the victim that we're talking about. We're talking about he over here hunting and stalking the victim, him himself alone.
Now, when it had the address, did you get the unit number or just the address for the apartment complex?
Just the address for the apartment complex.
Do you recall where that apartment complex was located?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Off Atlantic Boulevard.
After you got the address for that apartment complex, did you do anything to look that complex up?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I Googled it.
All right. And did you see images of it?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell anyone that you found his address?
Yes, sir.
Who did you tell?
I told Kareem.
After that, did you continue to monitor Charles McCormick's Instagram page?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to keep tabs on him?
Yes, sir.
In December of 2019, did Charles McCormick post anything that kind of caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Posted a picture.
And why was that of interest to you?
Because he posted in the same apartment complex.
Did you recognize that location in the photo?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that photo posted by Charles McCormick, what did you do?
Text Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of texting Kareem?
Let him know that he posted a picture at his house.
Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
And why did you want to share that information?
Basically so we can ride through and see what was up.
So after you sent that information to Abdul Robinson Jr., what happened?
They came and picked me up. And we went out there to go see where he posted the picture at.
Who's they?
It was me, Kareem, Hakeem, and Scotty.
So Scotty Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And when they picked you up, do you know what kind of vehicle they were in?
It was in a Camry, Toyota Camry.
Do you know whose car that was?
It was Hakeem's car.
Was it a car he owned?
No, sir. It was a rental car.
A rental?
Yeah.
Where did the four of you go once they showed up?
We went to McCormick's.
That boy lying? He know dang on well that was not Hakeem's car. He just gonna sit there and say that, huh?
It was an apartment complex.
And what did you do when you got there?
We went to go see where he posted the picture at.
And what was the reason for trying to find that location of where he took the photo?
So basically so we can, handle up after that.
What does handle up mean?
Get everything in motion. Like set something up
To accomplish what?
to kill McCormick.
And did you know before you went over there exactly what unit he lived in?
No, sir.
Did verifying where that photo was taken assist you with that?
Yes, sir.
Was killing Charles McCormick something that you wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Is it something based on the group and everyone going over there? Was that something that Leroy Whitaker wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Abdul Robinson Jr.,
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
When all of you went over there that day, did you see Charles McCormick at the complex?
No, sir.
Where did you go after y'all left that day?
They took me back to my apartment.
What was the reason that all of you wanted to kill Charles McCormick?
Because of the diss track he made.
And did that diss track upset you?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset about what he said in it?
Yes, sir.
Did he get stuff wrong?
Yes, sir.
That upset you?
Yes, sir.
Why was Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker and Kareem all upset?
Because he was dissing their brother and friends.
And by brother, you mean Willie Addison?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Once you found out where Charles McCormick lived in December of 2019, why wasn't he killed right away?
Because he took a vacation.
Charles took a vacation?
Yeah.
You know where he went?
Went to Vegas.
How were you able to find that out?
Through Insta.
Say that again?
Instagram.
Were you still trying to monitor his location?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he come back from Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And did you find that out?
Yes, sir.
How?
Through Instagram.
Do you recall when you saw that information?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It was on the morning of January 15, 2020.
So the morning he was killed.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you were when you found that information?
It was at my apartment.
Was anyone with you that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was this very early morning?
Very early morning.
Who was with you?
Christopher Brown.
And once you got that information, did you and Christopher Brown do anything?
Yes, sir.
So him and Chris Brown went and scoped out the spot, huh? Crazy.
What'd you do?
We went to his apartment complex.
Whose?
Charles McCormick.
How did you get there?
With Christopher's baby mother's car.
Was that a car that was in his baby mother's name or family?
It was in her mother's name.
So is that a car that could easily be connected back to them?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car was it?
Hyundai Sonata.
When you and Christopher Brown went to Charles McCormick's apartment on January 15, 2020, what did you observe?
Well, we seen McCormick's car back then.
And do you recall what kind of car Charles McCormick had?
It was a Kia.
After you saw that car back then, did you and Christopher Brown wait there or did you leave?
We left.
And why did you leave?
Basically to go flight.
Where did you go?
We went back to my apartment.
And when you got back to your apartment complex, did Chris Brown stay?
No, he left.
All right. And when he left, was it still the morning of January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And where did he go, or why did he need to leave?
He left because he had to take his baby mama to work.
After Chris Brown left your apartment that morning, did you contact anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I contacted Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall how you contacted him?
Through phone.
Do you remember around what time you called him?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
4 o'clock in the morning.
What was your phone number back in January 15 of 2020?
702-918-4911.
Was your
Call Tyrone.
account for that phone number in your name?
Yes, sir.
Was in your actual name, Dominique Barner?
No, sir. No, sir.
Whose name was it in?
It was a fake name.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Joshua Bennett.
Do you recall Abdul Robinson Jr.'s cell phone number that you used to communicate with him back on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
904-624-3684.
Do you remember what kind of cell phone Abdul Robinson Jr. had back then?
He had an iPhone.
After you called Abdul Robinson Jr. that morning, what did you tell him?
Well, I told him that McCormick was home.
And then what happened after you spoke to Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Well, he told me that they was on the way to come get me.
Did someone show up to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who showed up?
Torgan, Kareem, Scotty, and KSOO.
So, KSOO, Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
Scotty, Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
Torgon, and Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle were they in?
A Dodge Journey.
Do you know anything about that vehicle? Whose it was?
It was KSOO's car, rental car.
Had you seen that Dodge Journey before?
Yes, sir.
Did you get into the car with them?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember where you went from your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
We went back to McCormick's complex.
What happened when you got to Charles McCormick's complex that morning?
Well, we rode back through where he stayed at.
And what were you looking for?
His car.
Was his car still there?
Yes, sir.
Once you observed the vehicle, did y'all continue to drive through, or did you stop?
We stopped.
All right. And what happened after you stopped?
We backed in next to his car, and Kareem wanted to see like the tag for himself, so he got out and looked at the tag, and got back in.
And what did he say?
He was like, "That is it."
After Kareem confirmed that was the correct car, what did all of you do?
We left.
Where'd you go?
We went to East Ford Apartments off Main Street.
And what was the purpose of going there?
Gaining millions of
Get a
views
stolen car.
and plays on YouTube.
Did you get a stolen car from there?
Sir.
What kind of car?
A Nissan Altima.
You remember the color?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was gray.
And what was the purpose of getting a stolen car?
No trail.
Say that again?
No trail.
No trail?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
So it won't come back to none of us.
Who got into the Nissan Altima?
Me, KSOO, and Scotty.
Who was driving the vehicle?
Me.
How'd you get the keys?
They was handed to me.
By who?
By KSOO.
Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Did Hakeem Robinson do anything or say anything to you when he handed you the keys?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He smirked. He smirked at me.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
That I was driving.
He smirked at me.
I'll sustain that objection.
He smirked at me.
After you got the keys, did you get into the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where did Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker get?
In the back seat.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, get into the Nissan?
No, sir.
What about Torgon?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Still in the Dodge Journey.
Did you drive Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker back to Charles McCormick's apartment?
Yes, sir.
And what was the intent for the three of you when you were going to that apartment complex?
Kill McCormick.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon follow?
Yes, sir.
On the Nissan?
Yes, sir.
What was their role or assistance in following you?
Make sure the police don't get behind us.
Okay. Because if the police got behind a stolen car, what would happen?
We get pulled over.
Do you remember what kind of clothing you were wearing that morning?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
I had on black jacket, black pants, red shoes.
Do you recall what Hakeem Robinson was wearing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Nike jumpsuit.
You remember anything about the colors?
Yes, sir.
What?
It was black and gray.
Top or bottom? You remember, are you talking about tops, bottoms? You said tracksuit, so.
Top and the bottom.
Top and bottom, baby.
Do you remember
Treva.
what Leroy Whitaker was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Best you can remember, what was it?
It's like the same kind of jumpsuit.
Was it exactly the same?
No.
And, okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness one more time?
Yes?
Well, all right, family. That's gonna be about it for this moment. Not for today, but for right now. I will be coming back, like I said, a little bit later tonight. You know what I mean? So we can finish wrapping up the rest. I do appreciate y'all being here. Much love to everybody in the building. I gotta go make some quick runs. So oh damn, there go the video right here. There you go. But yeah, I gotta make some quick runs. So I ain't gonna. Let me see. I'll say what's up to y'all real quick while that's playing. Let me blow that up. Because that's the video right there. We'll wrap it up on that point while I shout y'all out. And then I'll be back in about 3 hours. Maybe a little less. Depending how long it take me to edit. I got to edit this part too. These dudes is crazy though. You hear them over here? Who he smoked? All in the song, huh? Who I smoked? Singing about it. Let me see.
Now maybe who I smoke, thinking who I smoke,
yeah, they singing about who they smoke now. That's a thing, huh? But yeah, anyway, appreciate y'all. Let me see. Let me switch to this screen actually while I shout y'all out.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
So shout out to FFS, shout out to Starfish and Coffee, shout out to Miss DB, appreciate y'all family, much love, Chan Black is golden, much love, Tia C, what up, appreciate you, Factual Lie up in the building, appreciate you, Miss DB, Tia C, Starfish, okay, Cat Knot Williams was in the building, Beta Paris, appreciate you family, much love, Tat, appreciate you hanging out with us. Appreciate you being in the chat. Brown Sugar Babe, much love. Let's see, FFS, Miss DB. I'm seeing doubles now. Shout out to our stream sponsor, Chan Black is golden. Y'all drop her some coins and some witches and show her some love. And other than that, we be back tonight, family. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging out with us. We gonna cover his full testimony tonight, plus a little bit of extra stuff. I got some clips. I do got the the interrogations. I got all the interrogations, well, most of them, so I'm still getting some. But if y'all want to see them, let me know in the comments. And other than that, man, I appreciate y'all. Much love. Stay fresh and stay blessed. Peace out, family. Peace out. It will be 3 hours from now, and it's going to redirect right now, so it'll show you the time, and you can hit the notification if you need to. Appreciate y'all. Metaphysical reactions. I am the flesh. I am the God. No one got the lab on lockdown. Talking hot winters and cold summers. Black Force ones when we slide in the streets. We all stay home at a club jumping. What up, cousin? I see you, fam. Throwing slime coins when I watch the trial. But I might start a little early. Maybe 15 minutes early. Maybe not. But for sure, 7 o'clock, I'll be on. I am the God. Tap in, being gone, flesh skin, every rap in. If you like us, gon' get the lights up. So you can share, tell them pack in. From the left, right, front to the passenger side. It's right here, the premiere. How you know? Cause them boys broadcast to the live. Wanna talk about it, hit the link right here. Slide coins up, got 100 bands. Mars eyes, watch how the check. And the band made love to a bobblehead. 2 bands do a dance like check. I'ma keep going till I'm motherfucking tired. You what? I'm motherfucking tired. Sliding real side, could we rain down game? Like, what you mean? Just watch the rise. I am the flesh.